Okay, YouTubers, can you hear me now? Just give me a heads up if you can hear me now. Yes, thank you, Chris. Yeah, okay. So one of the things I upgraded to Windows 11 last night, and so that was one thing that got disabled. Okay, might have a few more, but a few more little things that pop up that I'm not aware of. I can already tell that my sound is sounding different also, but okay, got you guys back. That's good. So you cannot scan for relative volume in the pre-market, okay, candlestick. One of the things I do though is I look at I don't use the volume today percent once the market opens at all. But for instance, when you look at this CPIX as an example, so what that's telling me right, excuse me, right here, 659%. This is telling me that this is already traded 6.5 times in the pre-market what it would normally do all day. Okay, so that's to me just as good as having the relative volume available in the pre-market. Okay, but the relative volume does not work in the pre-market. In fact, if you have any scans that are using relative volume and you're trying to get some data in the pre-market, you will get no data. Well, I don't know if I like it yet. I just updated. There's a few things that I just have to. I mean, the icons are a little bit different. My sound seems different, but anyway, I don't want to. That's okay. I'll at the end of the day, when the market's closed, I'll play around with it a little bit. Okay, guys, take a look. Let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening pre-market. I think most of them should be down. All right, so let's take a look here. So, of course, energy. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. Here's the energy sector, XLE. These are the stocks that make up the sector. What that 0% means is that every single stock is below the close of yesterday. That's what that means. So you can see that there's really no strong sector. I mean, you could call 20%, this is the strongest sector. 20% of the healthcare stocks are up. But there is no strong sector. In for a rocky open. Of course, an hour from now, we'll take a look at this again and things can change. So I definitely missed the boat on two great shorts this morning, the OLMA and the TGTX. I'll blame it on Windows 11. Here's another one. I don't think I mentioned it. Yeah, FWBI. This is on my list. FWBI. Yeah, it's a low float. 9 million in the float. It's a virus play. So again, just have to wait for the market to open to see if it can maintain. This is another one that unfortunately not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so if it started to drift down, I could not take it anyway. So VIR, man, oh man. So through that 200-day, we've already talked about this one. Again, Wainwright putting unbelievably aggressive price target on it. Not only, I mean, they already had 130, now they're upping it to 200. And again, this is a virus play, and the conjecture, I guess, is that maybe these guys, I mean, we don't know. I mean, we're so early right now with this Omicron, but I'm just trying to read some more information about it, but So this isn't good. So here we go. All the falsified information about drug presentation circulated. Well, okay, they didn't do it. I guess they didn't do it. Okay, let's clear that up. It was just that falsified information about the drug presentation was circulated on social media. That was this pop right here. Okay. Then the actual data came out, and this is what happened. So that headline maybe a little misleading. It almost looks like OMA did the falsification, but that is not the case. At least it doesn't appear to be the case. So all-time low. I mean, this could just keep going down. I mean, obviously there's no support for it. All right, I'm watching the CRXT starting to fade here. That's a pretty big fade. 850 down to 7, just underneath 7. Again, not shortable for me, unfortunately. Okay, let's see. Anything else? IMGN starting to fade a little bit here. IMGN. Now this one is a shortable for me. Wow, lots of shorts available. Interactive Brokers for $1 million. This one is shortable. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying I want to short this one, but I just wanted, if anything does start to happen with it. There's the 200-day. It is above the 200-day, 662 or, boy, I'm going to fix this afterwards. I don't like where my filters are now. I have to rearrange the columns. I wonder why Windows 11 did that. Anyway, so there is the 200-day, 663. I mean, they did have news, positive data, yes, but I have no idea if it's phase 1, 2, or 3. I couldn't quite tell by reading it just says met the primary endpoint. I don't know if that means literally the endpoint, phase 3. I really don't know. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Boy, this Olma, there's nothing holding it now. Well, let's see if it has any sort of a bounce, or my bias would be for it to base just a little bit and then just continue to move down. And I might take a short on it. And as I pour my coffee, guys. Got to get used to these new icons, the look of them. All right, let's see. Anything else popping in here at the end? Now, here's one that I didn't really pay very much attention to. So NLSP, probably a low float. Yeah, 6 million in the float. Swiss stock trading higher after the company announced. Okay, so this is a virus play because they're saying whatever drug they've got could become a foundational treatment for the chronic fatigue associated with symptoms of COVID. Okay, so we can call this a COVID play. IMGN is starting to fade a little bit here, guys. IMGN starting to fade. Manulife, yeah, earnings play maybe? No, not an earnings play. Manulife, MFC, big Canadian financial institution. This is kind of interesting. It's only down 2.5%, but it did show up on one of my scanners. Thank you, William. All right, guys. Yeah, we got 1 minute to go before the market opens. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. As the SPY continues to try to recover, that was a big gap down at one point. Excuse me, that candle. Yeah, at one point the SPY was, there was a big red candle all the way down here. Now there was a topping tail up here too. I don't recall it being green. If it was green, it was just a flash green. But this is what I saw. And then a recovery. So we're having a little bit of a recovery right now. All right, we're going to be open in 3, 2, 1. We are now open. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Kind of try to let things settle down a little bit. Now OMA continues down. So here are the two guys on the 10-day daily breakdown. Here are the two of them right there, TGTX and OMA. Now I just don't want to chase them right now. I mean, I might, this might be too late, but from yesterday, yesterday, this is the one I wanted to short, BYSI, having a pop here, actually, BYSI. Had a big down day yesterday. Trying to recover a little bit, but there's the 200, no, that's not, I'm sorry, excuse me, that's not the 200-day. Oh man, OMA and TGTX, it looks like I'm just, I got those in the pre-market. Ah, my 11th commandment, thou shalt not chase. I cannot do it. I cannot do this. Excuse me, TGTX, also moving down. Where is that in relation to the all-time low? It's about 20% above its lifetime low, TGTX. And we have a halt. PTPI just got halted. PTPI just got halted. Low float, 3.3 million in the float. CPIX. So obviously they had their news, the FDA news after hours yesterday. There was a reaction, got all the way up to 541. It's a low float, 8.3 million in the float. So this is starting to run way over the 200-day moving average. And now we got OMA halted on the way down. OMA just got halted. Another little pharma. MEIP is running a little bit here, but it's coming right into that 200-day moving average. This could be an interesting one to take a look at if it fails and comes right back down. I don't know what news there is, but and that is MEIP. WDH on the move also. This had an interesting day yesterday. I do recall somebody talking about it. And look at this big topping tail, got up to 201, closed down here at 150. That's a big percentage drop, but it is trying to recover again. WDH, what do they do? Well, guys, one of the flyers from yesterday, ADGI, having a pop here. And this is almost at yesterday's high, 53.72, almost at yesterday's high. They did have some news yesterday, of course. Yeah, well, missed the boat on the IMGN. IMGN now really fading badly from that high, 730. Almost dropped $1. Now, what is the market doing? So, market is had that little pop, flattened out. So Dow's down. So there's no disconnect yet. Dow's down, Nas is down, SPY is down. But it definitely recovered from the lows this morning. Okay, there's the PPSI, guys. PPSI. Pre-market high got all the way up to $13, $11.36 right now. Well, my friend Lucid is on the move. LCID, my old friend, not maybe becoming my friend again. LCID on the move. And don't look now, but LGVN, LGVN, having a nice pop. Volume coming in. There's some volume coming into it. All right, got to ask the question. Those of you with E-Trade, can you short PPSI? It cannot be shorted at Interactive Brokers. Just wondering on E-Trade, can you short PPSI? Thank you. Not available at E-Trade. Okay. IBRX, guys. IBRX, another little bio. Not a low float. 74 million in the float. So this is not a low float. They did have some news on the 18th. I don't see any news today. But maybe this is now just a carryover. Yeah, but we're the 30th now. So I don't see any new news for this one. IBRX. I don't know if it's a virus play, no idea. Expands vaccine program, so it is a virus play. IBRX is a virus play. Yeah, let's see now. So this actually is, okay, the reason this moved down, they did a financing. Not a huge one, 3.3 million shares. However, they only have 3.3 in the float, so they've kind of doubled. They're raising $10 million, so it's not a huge financing, but that was the reason for that drop. All right, just waiting for that first 15 minutes. The market might settle down a little bit. Yeah, so here's the deal, guys. On the PPSI, it was, let's call it what it is. I mean, the AI has a short on it at 11.12. Depending on who your broker is, if you're using IB or E-Trade, you couldn't have shorted that. Which is too bad. I mean, it's a nice look, but if you're trying to use Brokerage Plus to do all that, you couldn't have done it. All right, CPIX on the move here. CPIX is on the move here. Yeah, what was that news for them? CPIX, you just had FDA news, right? Trading higher after again, I have to refresh my memory on it. FDA approved expanded labeling, so it's an expanded labeling from allowance from the FDA. CPIX, people will be looking at this. There was a high after hours yesterday. That's when that news was released. Now, I also want to make sure people, let me just find my price alerts. There's a difference in Windows 11. I don't like that. Used to be able to hover over the icon and I would see all the windows that I had open. Don't like that at all. Okay, they want me to do a little down click. Okay. Just want to show you my price alert cell, guys. And the one down here, right here, okay, NVCT. Don't forget this one. Put it on a chart, okay? It's not going to trade until tomorrow. NVCT. Okay, you'll notice it's not going to trade until tomorrow. If it does open tomorrow, and it doesn't look like it's going to be delayed, only 2.3 million issued between 12 to 14, and this Think Equity. These are the guys that seem to have, you know, the market on these crazy low-priced IPOs with very little shares, like the SOPAs. Okay, now listen, they flame out, but we can catch, you know, right side of the flame. It can be awesome. So NVCT, guys, watch it tomorrow. Just all you have to do is just put a price alert, and when it starts to trade, it'll pop up on your screen. Well, okay, so the PPSI from the AI, you had a you know, if you had shorts available wherever your broker was, you had a quick move on it, but now it is completely reversed. And if you need any other indication about why we always talk about man and machine, people want to automate the AI, they want to do it in auto trade mode. This is exactly the reason. Let me just show it to you. So if you had shorts available, okay, there was the entry at 11.12. What did it get down to? Got down to 10.27, okay? AI did not take any profit, no nothing, and it actually allowed itself to get stopped out. As a trader, you should never, ever allow that to happen. Okay, you get in, and if you could have shorted at 11.12 and it goes down to 10, you know, almost $1, you can't let it come all the way back up through your short price, through the short alert price, and then allow yourself to get stopped out. Okay, so if you need that, that's a great example of why we talk about, yeah, the AI is, you know, it's a good watch list, but you've got to trade it. You've got to manage those trades. Well, guys, I mentioned the ADGI. Look at this. What a nice move for the ADGI. I mentioned that one. Right here, taking out yesterday's high. This was a big one yesterday. Is that right, Bob? Thank you. So it was supposed to be December 1st, right? For the Facebook MTVR or MTVS or... I did see BZU. Look at ADGI, guys. Holy smokes. Look at this. So this is almost it's an all-time high now. It took out that high, 59.50. What a move. Iris play. I'm sorry. Let me make sure. It just got halted, guys. This just got halted. AGGI just got halted. You know, this is a relatively low float. I mean, it's not super low, but 40 million is certainly not high for a $63 stock now. You gotta wonder, what is the float for VIR? Yeah, so again, you know, it's not crazy high, 69 million. Excuse me, 69 million. man, oh man, if this takes out this high here, I mean, this, you know, that's an eye-catching press release. I shouldn't call it a press. Look at ISP. Yeah, I know somebody was talking about ISPC. That was a great one yesterday. I'm telling you, I still have my my alert set up here, $28 or so, $29 or so. There's cars. Something's going on here. Ooh, there's a little issue with Windows 11. Okay, I'm gonna have to want to see what happens. Yeah, so our float info, I mean, we have a provider that provides, obviously, with our float info. I say it all the time. You go to 10 different websites, you'll probably get 10 different float information, okay? Sometimes it's very difficult to get a handle on float information. All depends on the data provider. Yeah, so I mean, this PPSI has been all over the place. So yeah, classic. I mean, there's the short from the AI, great profit to begin with, then actually got stopped out, and then moving down again. So I mean, this is no float, no shares available for me at Interactive Brokers, and I verified with some of you with E-Trade said the same thing. Yeah, the problem with that is with these small ones, you know, there are no major institutions typically involved. You know, it's usually the small ones where you get the real discrepancy in the float information. You know, I mean, if I look at Facebook or or Metaverse, whatever we want to call them now, you know, that float information will probably be just about the same. But the small ones, when they do, you know, several reverse splits over the few years, it's really difficult to get a true look at Alma. Oh man, I should be short this one right here, guys, right here at 18, and wrote it down. Big $9. I really think that when you, I mean, take a look at this headline and read it really quickly, really quickly. What would you ascertain from this when you read this headline really quickly? Wouldn't you think that this looks like the company falsifying the information? Okay, when you just read that headline really quickly. And that's not what happened. At least that's not how I'm reading it. It's just that, you know, this all they're doing is this is the company. But I mean, I may be wrong. But, you know, to me it looks like just like, you know, anybody, you and me, we could have, you know, spread some falsified information about the drug presentation. Now I may be wrong. It's hard for me to believe that, well, I shouldn't say that, but shouldn't be hard to believe anything, I suppose. But you know, I have a hard time believing that they actually sent out the information. But it's possible. But it just looks, when you read that headline, really, really, just at a glance, you think they did it. And so, what do you think people are looking at? You know, and this I'm ticked off, guys. I don't usually get too ticked off of myself for missing a trade, but this is Hate to say a no-brainer, but this was the no. Look at ADGI. I know I'm flipping all over the place, but look at ADGI. I mentioned it around $56. Look at ADGI. Came out of the halt. $76 now. You got to wonder about that VIR. You know, I mean, it is a virus play, and they're trying to say, you know, I'm not sure if they're trying to say the company themselves or people who are analyzing the company saying they have as good a shot against Omicron as any. I think that's what I read yesterday. So I had a little pop yesterday. But again, Wainwright putting that super aggressive price target on it. I mean, they already had a price target of 135. Now they've upped it to 200. You know. And we've got another. Oh, this one. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? AERC. So that's like the SOPA guys. Okay. AERC just got halted actually on the way down, but it actually had a big run. Late yesterday. When I say this is like the SOPA, SOPA, another one of these that hardly issued any shares right here. I think it was less than 3 million. I think the IPO price was 9. All right, nothing from my option scanner yet. Checking out the AI, let's see anything happening. I mean, this is another one that PPSI had no news yesterday that anybody could find. Well, I shouldn't say anybody, maybe somebody, but I mean, I couldn't find any headline that indicated why they had this move. And again, the same thing today. There was nothing that I could find. And Olma resumed, and it's now just made another new low. Anybody able to get a short on this one? And just out of interest, out of curiosity, not because there are no shorts available, but just because it's down so much, over 10%. Sometimes it's really hard. That's why I was looking at this in the pre-market. You know, that uptick rule, which doesn't happen during the pre-market. Look at VIR, guys. got to be careful. I mean, look at the ADGI. I mean, you know, that's why we don't chase. I mean, it got up to 80, dropped right down to 70. For the PPSI, okay. Well, guys, the VIR, this takes out 50. Look out. All right, guys, I'm just, let's see, how is this AERC doing? This actually has shorts too. Oh, man. I mean, this got down to $66 yesterday. Up to 109 today. And look at this, 118 after hours. No idea what they do. Aero clean technology is okay. I mean, it's again an IPO from 3 days ago. Okay, guys, I'm going to nag at you a little bit. All right. You see what's happened with this AERO. You saw what happened with SOPA. Okay, I'm going to just nag just a little bit here. And I'm going to tell you a few times today, make sure you've got this NVCT, put it on a chart, okay? Put it on a chart just like this. Okay? It's supposed to start trading tomorrow. So put it on a chart, do a price alert, right click, create a price alert, put 1, okay? That's all you have to do. I added in the notes section 2.3 million, so that's what that means to me. I know exactly. That means it'll be 2.3 million shares. It's supposed to open, you know, the IPO proposed price is about 12 to 14. And Think Equity is behind it. They, I believe, were the same ones behind SOPA and the AERC. Even if they're not, though, anytime you see something like this is when you can get the wild, wild action, okay? So if you put 1 here, and then minimize your price alert window, when it starts trading tomorrow, it'll pop up on your screen, okay? So, NVCT. All right, guys, so just looking at some of my thumbnail charts here. All right, doesn't look that good now for the flyers from last week, LGVN and ISPC. But look at VIR, 50 guys, 50, 50, 50. you know, guys, I can't tell you to take trades, of course, but the VIR, I mean, you just got to read the press release. You know, obviously, whether you believe Wainwright or not, it's obviously the right sector right now. And anytime you see something that looks like that, Wainwright, I actually don't know where their standing is. I mean, I see them all the time. I don't know where their standing is, but you know, with aggressive price target of $200. Really? Like Zacks? Really? You would downgrade them all the way to a Zacks? Really? Well, whatever. I guarantee. I mean, that's the reason this has moved like it did today, as well as you know having a tie-in with the virus. Of course, that's the reason. But anyway, how you trade them will be up to you guys. I can only point out the opportunities. The single stock layout, it is available, yes. Let me just pop my, and it'll look better than this. I have to rearrange it. Again, with this Windows 11 update, my columns got all muddled up for some reason. Okay, so in the main room, here's my tab. My tab is available, of course, all day long. And when you click on my tab, there is the link, okay, to get to my home page. I also put it down here. Oops, stocks only. Where did I put it? Right here, okay. So if you click on my home page, the link to my home page, let's see if this is working. My mouse is sort of jittery. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so here are my scans, okay? So if you click here and the single stock window, hopefully. There it is, single stock window, okay? I'm probably going to have to load it myself later on and replace this one because I don't like the way the columns got all jumbled up. But there it is. Now, of course, the single stock window is customizable. I mean, if you want to start from scratch, you just click on New Single Stock Window. Just give me a moment. Okay. Okay, so you can just click on the New Single Stock Window. Give me a moment here, I know what happened. Okay, so you can have mine. It'll look very much like this, or you can create your own just by going, you know, clicking on New and then Single Stock Window. These are just filters. You know, this is what I'm using. You, of course, can have whatever filters you want. All right, another volatility halt here. CFRX. CFRX sounds like a radio station in Canada. CFRX. There's the 200-day moving average right up here for, so it's a, you know, it's got some room. Look at this, guys. Ooh, this could be a big open. So this is Interactive Brokers, okay? I always show this. This has nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales, but you can see where the halt is, 368. So this is giving you maybe a bit of a clue about where it could open, okay? And this can change. But right now, it's indicating a 4 open. Right now, that can change. If it's a 5-minute halt, this will open at 10:11 plus 33 seconds. Okay, so another over 3 minutes to go. If it's going to be a 5-minute halt, this can change though. This is just maybe giving a bit of a clue though where it could open. And I bet you, actually it's not a low float, 36 million. So it's not a crazy low float. Yeah, so I wouldn't call it a daily watch list. I mean, what I do on Twitter, and I'll just put in my little, I don't really talk about Twitter too much, but you can follow me on Twitter at bbrun44, okay? And what I do is I take it's not really a watch list. I can't call it a watch list. This watch list here, okay, this is created by me. Most of it is from last night. And you just have to, you can either follow it, I'm obviously sharing it right here. It's also from my doc channel bar. You click on the doc channel bar and then Barry's watch list. And so this is what you'll see along with the options, okay? Nothing happening yet, but this is my favorite scan right here, but nothing happening yet. But that's in my channel. So the answer really is no. I do not send the watch list out. One of the reasons is that my watch list might have 40 or 50 symbols in it. I don't want to see them all. What I only want to see are the ones that trigger from it. So I've got some filters in place and a trigger. That's why I see these ones out of the say 40 that I might have in the overall watch list. The whole idea is to get a manageable number of stocks to look at. So Flam, do you have Interactive Brokers? I mean, I can only speak for Interactive Brokers, okay? Other trading platforms, I don't know. This is just from Interactive Brokers. So do you have Interactive Brokers? Okay, so I can't tell you, where you'll find that. I mean, I'm sure that all brokers will have something. This is just time and sales. Okay, so, but this is, when a stock is halted, this is how Interactive Brokers shows it. So there's a halt, and here is the potential opens, you see? Probably in Interactive Brokers, yeah. You can do it here too, using Brokerage Plus if you want to connect to your Interactive Brokers account. I don't do it. I don't do the one-click buy and sell. But yeah, so E-Trade, I can't tell you. I can't tell you in E-Trade. Somebody with E-Trade might be able to help, show you where you might be able to find that info, but can't tell you. So within IB, I know there's a way, where you can where you can do the one-click trading and all. I don't do it, but I know within IB you can do it. You can do it here though too. What time is it now? 10:12. In about 8 minutes, I'm gonna go over a little bit of the what happens using this Brokerage Plus window. General comments about trade ideas. Are you talking from within Interactive Brokers, Yvette? I can't show you. No, you're going to have to. You're going to have to I mean, there are tutorials. If you do a search on Interactive Brokers, they have all sorts of tutorials out there. I can't show you how to do that. I mean, I don't. I mean, I'd have to figure it out myself, Ivan. Okay, I don't do it. I see Bitcoin's having a bit of a pop here. BITO, bit of a pop here. Here's the Bitcoin ETF. So it is obviously Bitcoin probably over 60,000 now. Yeah, this is going to be a monster open, guys, if this holds. So this is obviously not a 5 minute halt. It's going to be at least a 10-minute halt. So typically, when you get these halts, typically they're 5 minutes. Okay. If it's not 5 minutes, then they're usually multiples of 5 minutes. So you can see right there, it got halted at 10:06, and of course I'm always Eastern time. Everything I refer to is Eastern time, even though I'm on the West Coast. But 10:06. So this, if it had been 5 minutes, obviously it would have been an opening at 10:11 plus 33 seconds. So now it might be 10:16 plus 33 seconds. So we're at 10:14 right now. And we'll see what happens. Bitcoin at 59, okay. And we have another halt also, DYAI, halted on the way down though. Okay, but this will be exciting. What's that floating in for CFRX? Yeah, so it's not crazy low. So Zach, you're saying your namesake is $23 valuation? Right on. Grumpy. You never miss a moment to poke me, do you? Well, again, it could be a complete and utter scam as long as we're on the right side of it for a while. Okay, that's all I say. I'm afraid to look at AERC. Is it an utter collapse or is it over? Okay, utter collapse. Crazy. I mean, guys, this is basically cut in half from the post-market highs of 120. I mean, there's no reason for this other than the fact that hardly has any shares outstanding. I just have a thumbnail, Briggs. You know, I've got some thumbnail charts, my other monitor, okay? And BITO is just one of the ones that I have thumbnailed, so I'm just aware of what's happening. All right, well, now this is going to be more than a 10-minute halt, guys. CFRX, it did not open. I'm sorry, it did open. I'm sorry, excuse me. Interesting. We don't have it as a resume. Do you guys have it as a resume? Interesting. It didn't hit my resume here. But it is trading now. Really? It's not, I don't think so. I don't think so, unless, not based on this. It is open. It's just that it didn't show up on our resumes. I don't know why. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm now back. So it is now 10:20, so this is when I go into my little spiel. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, so you don't see CFRX? Well, that's because I do have other scans and other screens, okay? I have 3 monitors. I don't display everything. It would be way too much, okay? But I'm going to go into this in a little bit because I'm sharing a lot of different scans that you don't see. So again, for instance, there's the halt for CFRX, okay? That's why we saw this one. So let me get into it. I'm going to get into it, okay? Just give me a moment as I kind of go through my little spiel here. So first of all, I do want to say that, guys, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get used to this Windows 11 and how I open things from these from my taskbar. So first of all, our promo code is still alive today. Okay, for 25% off. Just give me one moment as I paste things into our YouTube room. Okay, so if you click on that link, my homepage link, which is always available here for my tab, okay, there's the link. When you click on it, this is what you'll see. Give me a moment here as okay, this is what you'll see. So the promo code is still alive, Black25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. So when you click on Get Trade Ideas, you'll see that we have 4 plans. So I have an annual, monthly for premium and standard, okay? So the annual premium, the big one, $22.68 a year minus the 25%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 25%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go into in a little bit. Now, you don't have to start off with an annual plan. In fact, if you don't know this program very well and you're thinking about it, you can just try us on a monthly basis. Standard, $118. Premium, $228. You can apply that 25% discount to the first month only, but if you decide that you really love it and within 30 days you decide, man, I want to take on an annual, then we'll honor the 25% promo code. Okay, so if you take out a standard at $118, you'll get the 25% discount, and then if within 30 days you say, man, I really like the annual, no problem, we'll honor the 25% discount. So again, do not take out an annual subscription because you have to check our refund policy. A lot of people say have it for 2 months, I don't like it, or after 30 days, I don't like it. Can I get a refund? No. So take out a monthly, and then you'll really get a feel for it. And if you do want it, great. More information on my homepage. So get trade ideas right here. The trade of the week. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This is free. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, free. And all the education that we have, most of it geared towards trade ideas, of course, but I will show you one section that is not geared towards trade ideas, but just trading in general. So we now have a very, very comprehensive user guide. If I click on the user guide, you'll see that it is all broken into sections. Okay, sometimes there's videos attached, etc. But we also have a full table of contents that is searchable. Okay, very comprehensive user guide now. But if you're starting out, this is what I would do. Just starting out, just take the 20 introductory lessons. You click on that, and this will show you what is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating alert windows. All of the basic features are explained here. Okay, now you want to get into more detail, of course you can go to the user guide, but all of the basic features are explained here. Daily support session. So today is Tuesday, so I believe it'll be Michael Noss taking over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I take a break at 12, and so again, between 12 and 1, I take my break, and Michael Noss will be there. He is way more of an expert on using Brokerage Plus and maybe automating his strategies, things like that, back testing. So you can sort of save those sort of questions up for between 12 and 1 while Michael will be there. Before I take my break, I will pop the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want to. And also a little plug for Chris at 3:30. So I shut the room down at 3. At 3:30, Chris takes over not take over. He'll resume a YouTube feed between 3:30 and 4:30 if you want to keep talking stocks or general stuff about trade ideas. Daily webinars. Today is Tuesday, so we are on the Tuesday-Thursday rotation this week. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for all of the free all of the free webinars here. And this is what I meant. So this is now a back to basics, okay? So this is Michael Noss, who I just spoke about. He put this video series together. So if you're new to trading or looking for a refresher, it literally starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so you can watch these videos. All free. And then so here are my scans. So this section is my scan section. So if you click here, so this is a sample layout. It's not exactly what you see, but it's just a sample layout. But here are all the individual scans that I've put together for you, okay, that you can pick and choose what you might like. For instance, the gap up and gap down shared and the pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market to, maybe get an idea about the stocks that may move over the course of the day. The 10-day daily breakout and daily breakdown, you see right here. I really, really like these two also, especially the breakdown. Look at these two. the TGTX and the OMA. And here's the halts resumes that you'll hear me speak. Where are you? Here we are. The halts resumes that you'll hear me speak about. So again, I've got a lot of scans that I'm sharing. And you might see something that, yeah, I wouldn't mind taking a look at that. So, and of course the moving higher with unusually strong options. I love this one. No alerts yet, but this is probably my favorite scan. So there was a lot of information, So all you have to do in these two sections, a lot of information here. So in these two sections, all you have to do then is save my link, and then you can take a look at this whenever you want. You don't have to do it while the room's open. Just give me a moment here. I can set it to the left, okay? I'm sure, yeah. This just, I don't mind it in the middle. It's actually kind of cool in the middle, but that's okay. Thanks. I'll be watching VIR for a regain of 50 at some point, guys. VIR. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We finally have our first. Yeah, I'm not in love with these ones from the option scanner that are, the really cheap ones. I know I've said this for a while. I haven't put a price range to get rid of them because every now and then they do give us a good one. But for instance, VBIV just showed up on the option scanner. I don't like it. Why? Look at the 200-day. It's sitting right above it. All this is right here. I want to see a lot more room for a stock that potentially can keep running. So even though I get something from my favorite scan, I'm talking about right there, doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. If you want to create your own scans, this is an example, the 10-day daily breakout. This is what it looks like, but this is how you would start. This is obviously an example of a scan. So I'm looking for stocks in this scan between $2 and $35, 500,000 share minimum, etc. These filter values and the filters I'm using, it's not important. The concept is, though, when you are building your own scans, you always start off with filters, and then you have a trigger. In this particular case, a new high. So if these filter criteria are met and a stock makes a new high, I get a real-time alert. So that's why you always start off with filters, because if I were just looking for stocks making new highs, I'd be inundated with alerts, obviously. Okay? So if you're going to create your own scans, you always start off with filters. I can't tell you what filters you're going to use, but that's how you would do it. Now the good news is that you don't have to learn a programming language with Trade Ideas, okay? I click on an alert window, right click on it, and click on configure, and then search. Here are all the alerts that we have. And I'm not going to go over them all, of course. It's going to work, yes. All the alerts that we have, and then when it comes to these icons, these are the filters. You don't have to learn them all, please. I mean, a lot of people think, man, this is too hard to learn. How can I learn all those alerts and filters? Well, you don't have to. Why we've created so many is that, with our thousands of customers, we have all sorts of different trading styles. So we've tried to create enough of them so that the absolute majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they're trying to create their own scan. Okay, I mean, it's like looking at a word manual. You don't have to learn everything in that word manual. You pick and choose, the things that you want to learn, you want to do. Same thing with Trade Ideas. So don't worry about, my gosh, how can I learn everything? So that's if you want to create your own scans, okay? So no programming language to learn. You can create your own scans. Now, as I've said before, I'm sharing a lot of scans, and also, if you click on, from our toolbar, you click on New, Dock Channel Bar, these are all the channels that we have. These are all themed channels. So for instance, if I click on the Momo channel, Momentum channel, there is an alert window that is called Momo, okay? And again, if you want to see what it's looking for, you right click, configure, summary. It's going to tell you exactly what it's looking for. Here are the filters. So if these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, this is why we see this XBA, okay, right now. Now, a word about this. You can always, and with my scans also, if you didn't like this price range, if you thought, you know what, I don't like this price range exactly, I'd rather it be 10 and 100. Okay, if I click on the summary again, see how it's changed. So of course you can take my scans, you can take these scans, and you can make a change to them to suit maybe your trading style. But, and there's a big but. So right now, this has now been changed to 10 and 100. If I go off this channel and come back, the change is not saved. Why? Because the channels are for everybody. So the fact that you want to make a change to something does not necessarily mean that that's what everybody else wants. So this is what you do. Typically, you can go through the different channels and you can start extracting scans that you might like. You save it to the cloud, and all this is covered in the guide and all that. You save it to the cloud. Go to another channel. Stocks are surging. And this is called the action is heating up. This is called the action is heating up. Okay, that might be a... Okay, there we go. Okay, and you might look, yeah, I wouldn't mind that one also. You save it to the cloud. So all I'm trying to do is show you that if you don't want to create your own scans at the beginning or ever, we've created a lot of scans for you. So if you save individual scans that you might like, save them to the cloud, then file, load from cloud. File, load from cloud. If you have saved them, you'll see them right at the top. You highlight, load, highlight, load. In that fashion, you can create your own layout without really having to create any scan from scratch. But we've tried to make it very, very easy. Thank you for that, Michael. Yeah, it happens to me every now and then too, all in. I don't know why. It's annoying. I know exactly what you mean. You hover over a candle and there's the information up here, and then it'll be fine now, but if I went to another stock, it may not, and I don't know why. I have no idea. Keep an eye on CPIX, guys. It has now come back. All right, now I want to talk about the AI that we nicknamed Holly. So first of all, only available, you need our premium service. If you click on New and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? I'm going to try to make it easy on yourself. This is the window that you'll see. I've got it attached to these two earnings plays up and earnings plays down. Don't worry about that. This is the window that you see though, okay? And you basically just wait for the alerts to happen. You'll have an entry. You don't have to get in right at the very penny. You'll have a stop. How you manage it will be up to you. You can see right now, was this shortable at IB, STRO? Yeah, this was shortable at IB. That's one I should have been paying a lot more attention to. I like the ones under $20 personally, but how you trade the AI will be completely up to you. Okay, I like to use it like a watch list all day long. Sometimes the AI, you get an alert and it doesn't do anything for a while, then all of a sudden it might start to do something. Or in fact, it might go the opposite direction, which it's indicating, and then come back to the right direction. So, I mean, you use it like a watch list. I really wish I'd paid more attention to that STRO. That's awesome. I mean, the PPSI is great also. It now is great. It actually got stopped out and then it came right back down. Just the fact that I don't have any shorts available at Interactive Brokers. All right, now we can talk a little bit about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. No, you cannot customize the AI, no. You don't get so many alerts though that it's not like you get 100 alerts a day. Well, I can't show you how you I can't show you how you trade them. How you trade anything is up to you. Okay? I mean, the strength alerts, I mean, it's kind of laid out a little bit. You know, if I go to the jock channel bar and here are the strength alerts. And this is I mean, this is part. If you have a subscription to Trade Ideas, whether it's standard or premium, this is part of it. But I mean, it's kind of laid out here. You know, so I can't tell you how to trade them. You know, LNG, entry, 110, stop, 103. But how you trade them will be up to you. Okay? Like, I'm not trying to, sort of dismiss it, but, you know, I can't say, okay, with Apron, this is what you do. You know, you get in right here. I mean, it's sort of laid out, but I mean, that's just, these are just suggestions. Now, I should say the strength alerts, this is super introductory. If you don't have a subscription to Trade Ideas and you want to try these strength alerts out, I'll pop in the link for it. Can't add the code, okay? You're talking about you can't add the code in the halts or zooms. You have a description and that's it. So the strength alerts, this is a $17 a month feature, okay? Again, if you have a subscription, either standard or premium, you have access to these. But if you just want to try this out, this gets sent out, I think, Sunday night. It'll cost you $17. You'll get 5 a week. And again, how you trade them will be up to you. And if you click on the alert, if you click on the link that I put, you know, it is basically outlined, you know, how it works. Okay? I don't talk about it too much in here because we're more active, you know, we're actively trading in this room. Those are probably more designed for longer term trades and all, which is absolutely fine. You cannot find, well, you can see my scans, okay, but other member scans you can't. I mean, you know, there's thousands and thousands and thousands of scans that have been created by our subscribers over the years. And quite frankly, sometimes, you know, they don't want to share their scans. So there's no central repository of scans. But, Kay, as I was saying, if you click on my homepage link and go to my scan section, to the scan section, you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing, okay? And plus a lot of scans are here from if you click on new and then dock channel bar, and then all these channels have scans in them. But there's no central repository of all of our customer scans. Oh, man. You know, if you heard me talking yesterday, I said if I had the guts to short this one, now I would have got killed. You know, had I got as an overnight short, I would have got killed on it. But look at this thing now. So have you checked our user guide at all, Anil? Because a lot of this is all covered in the 20 introductory lessons. And also in our user guide, okay? So are you talking about literally creating a dock though, a docked window? I don't go over it very much because most people, I'll tell you right now, I like the docking. Don't get me wrong, I do like it. I like the idea of being able to create like a window that contains, say, all my charts as an example. This is another docked window, you know. So I like it, but it has slowed down the system a little bit, okay, on chart loading and things like that. So I don't really talk about it that much. I talk about the dock channel bar way more because that is a more, shall we say, a more impressive feature that we added. Because before, you know, here's a layout that I've got. Before, if you wanted to see something from our channel or something from our channel, and you clicked on it, your layout would disappear because you could only have one layout loaded at a time. Now with this, now I can click on something from our channel and notice my layout does not disappear. Whoa, I just mentioned CPIX, guys, just as a little distracted here, too bad. I just mentioned this one. I said keep an eye on this one. I had an alert set at 460, and look at this now, CPIX. So again, when you say open your layout in docked, are you talking about creating a docked window? And if you are, then I would consult the user guide. I also do have a video, I think, I can't remember if I created it or somebody else did. Okay, creating a dock. Give me a moment here. You mean creating a layout that's up here? Again, that is covered. See, I don't create any layouts in the channel bar. I mean, I have my layout here that I use all the time. I just save my layout. So I don't really use the dock channel bar to, oops. Sorry, I don't really use this to create a layout that I would put up here. I'd have to really figure out how to do it. Yeah, I'm sure it's, yeah, edit. Yeah, so you would edit, go into edit. I'm sure this is covered. It's got to be covered. and then add a channel, you know, and then you, if you've saved your layout, and you just then you find your layout, select from cloud, okay? If you saved your layout, then you would highlight it. If you highlight it, then you select it. Okay, I'm not going to do it. And then you give it a name, and then it'll appear. I just don't do it. That doesn't mean you shouldn't, of course, but I just don't do it. I've just not found that it's that big a deal to, because I have one layout that I've used forever, just about. So it's not like I'm going to different layouts all day long. Okay, just quickly about this Brokerage Plus link that I put in. So in the Brokerage Plus link I put in, there are two videos. One is a short video that shows if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window called Brokerage Plus to trade. Oh, gosh. Okay? From within Trade Ideas. So you'll notice up here in the toolbar, it says Brokerage Plus, and there are two options underneath, Live and Simulation. So when you click on Live, and again, that first video, the short video, shows you how you would connect. You have to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Please don't ask about any other, like TDA. I know we get the question all the time. I have no idea when or if that's going to happen, okay? Now, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, it is not available. Other main reason for using this, though, is as a simulator, okay, paper trader. Before you start trading, please practice trading. Okay, before you commit money to the market, you can use our simulator. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is, it uses our real-time data. Really simple to use. I always like to demonstrate it. Let's say a pullback first. Let's say I wanted to take the CPIX, but I don't want to take it right now. Maybe if I pull back to, I don't know, 460, okay? I'm just showing the mechanics of how to do it. I'll pick how many shares. 460 in each. Click the buy button. Boom. You'll see hopefully you'll see a blue line. There we go. So if CPIX moves down to 460, it'll take the trade. So I'll leave it in there. And that's how you can practice, okay? So there's a practice. You can take a trade immediately, of course. The other thing is, if you do not there we go. If you do not get out of a trade at the end of the day, then you can practice swing trading. I'm just getting, this is Windows 11. Man, that CPIX, what a fabulous, right from that 460, I had that alert. I know I said, guys, keep an eye on CPIX, and it just shot up. All right, what's the market doing? Well, okay, the market's putting in a pretty big red bar now, guys. We had a little rally here, and now we're 45 minutes. Zach, you were mentioning GBS. Haven't seen this one for a while. I think this was a meme stock back a few months ago. This is back in December, almost a year ago. Got up to 14.50 or so. Yeah, so this is a COVID play now. Here's your news on it. Well, everything is written. If you're talking about everything is in the clouds, Roberto. So I mean that. Now, when you save things to the cloud, they don't overwrite. Okay, it's only when you save things, if you want, when you save things to your computer, and if you say yes, overwrite. But if you save anything to the cloud, it doesn't overwrite a previous version. It's timestamped so you know what the last one was. So I don't know. Does that help? But you can have. I think now I understand. I mean, you can have. You open now. You can only have one layout. You can only have Trade Ideas open either in the app or the web-based version. You can't have them open at the same time. But if you go to the web-based version and load a layout, I'm 100% sure it's not going to overwrite anything. And then if you go back to your app and load, I don't think it's not going to affect the web-based version. Market is looking ugly. Yes, if you don't want to short, then you better sit on your hands right now. Unless you're into something like a CPIX, which is, this is you hear us talk about alpha stocks every now and then. This would be the definition of an alpha stock. Look what the market's doing. And look what this stock is doing. It doesn't care. Okay, it's trading completely on its own. That is a classic definition of an alpha stock. You guys are talking about RNXT. Just looking to see if there's any news on them. I don't see any news today. I don't know if it's a virus play. No idea. Let's take a look at what they do. Maybe. Doesn't look like this is a virus play. No. So I don't see any news on them. Whoa, what happened to Bitcoin? Look at Bitcoin, guys. BITO. Look at this. With the market, trading with the market here. Yeah, there's no float. ETFs and etc. don't have floats. Okay, only stocks, as far as I know anyway, only stocks will have float information. Yeah, definitely a big tank job in the market. Tank job in the market right now. It's Tuesday today, right? So yeah, so if you guys remember Friday, that was the big down day. Yesterday we had the big rally, and now today we look like we're going to have another big down day. Boy, this one, I mean, I missed this one from the AI. I'm kicking myself on this one from the AI, the STRO. Man. However, it still has room. Look at this monthly chart. You look left. 1261 is the next low looking left on the monthly chart. I mean, this still actually has some room. You know, if this can base a little bit, the only problem is it's very close to 15. It's a whole number, of course, but it's probably one of, you know, the 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, more psychological to break those whole numbers than just a typical whole number. Yeah, I'm not seeing, yeah, other than the CPIX, which is really trading against what the market's doing. Sure, there might be some other ones, but so again, that's a very low float. Look at the volume, 93 million, 8 million in the float. So here's the float turnover. So we've got a few of them today. So that's turned the float over 11 times, 11.2 times already. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, just divide the float into the number of shares that are traded, and that'll give you that ratio. Yeah, so if you don't want to short, guys, you better just sit on your hands for a while. I see what you're talking about. Taskbars. Okay, have fun with Windows 11 after I shut the room down. I'll play around with it. Oh, I know it's surging. I know. You don't have to tell me. I'm upset at myself because I had my alert at 460. And it just, no, it did not just get halted. Sorry, I thought AERC just got halted. Wow. No more shorts available for me now. There were shorts available earlier. No more shorts, AERC. Oh, of course it's an alpha stock. Of course. You just look how it's trading, you know, compared to what the market's doing. It doesn't care. You know, it's surging higher and higher as the market is moving down, down, down. Well, let's take a look at the SPY, okay? I want to just take a look at a weekly and a monthly of the SPY to see what is happening here. Yeah, so it is now challenging that low. That was the bad day on Friday, of course. So this is the next level, maybe, around that 453 level. Stick an alert there. And see if that holds. 455, I guess. Just seeing some big down moves. I'm just looking at some of my chart. Look at this, and there's that Bitcoin. Look at Lucid. Looked pretty good for a while. 57 down to 52. You know, everything is really dropping. All right, keep an eye on BZUN. I did see this in the pre-market. It's a China stock. I saw it in the pre-market. It's actually showing up in my option scanner. Just the flip. These are abnormal, having abnormal option activity on the way down. Okay, so the trigger was at 1276. It's just kind of holding here. You would think it's not an all-time low. It's only 13% above the all-time low. Where do I have to go to see? So I'm back. I don't care. I mean, I'm going back to 2017, and I don't see that low that we've got here. So, this has still room to move down, especially the market. I'm going to keep an eye on that BZUN. Maybe put an alert around 1260. See if it takes that out. Okay, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Well, and there's actually BZUN showed up here. I didn't realize it. 1045. But it just popped. A little bit of a pop. With the market. Kind of a little like with the market. It's kind of moving directly with the market right now. Now, let me see if I even have shorts available at Interactive Brokers, and the answer is yes. 39,000 shares. It got up to almost $12.50 a few days ago, a couple of weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. Yeah, this is really interesting now, guys. Yes. It got up to what, 1020, 1023 or so. Is now down below that whole number. Big topping tail there. And there it goes. Ah, I missed it. Ah, son of a. I was trying to get it at 976 and it just moved on me. The RNXT. Oh boy, that was a well. I know some of you must have shorted this. Trying to get it at 976 and it just moved just as I was doing it. Ah, something's happening with my Bluetooth too. I don't like this. Give me a moment, please. I actually thought it was fast enough. I was just waiting for the break under 980, and it was holding there just a little bit, 976. I was right there, and then it just went down to 960, 950, just like in a second. So, you know what? There will be others. All right, now is the market putting in a little bit of a bounce? We see that bottoming tail on the SPY. Okay, what time is it now? 11:08. So this still has seven minutes to close, though. Let's see if this is getting a little bit of a rally. I mean, the mildest of rallies here. And some of the stocks on my thumbnail charts, they're doing exactly the same thing. I don't like trading stocks that track the SPY so closely. You want to try to find stocks that are trying to really trading on their own. Otherwise, you're just you're beholden to what the overall market's doing, and that's not what I like. I like to find stocks that are trading on, and that's what we really do here. We find there's GBS. Yes, seeing GBS. Lots of volume just came in too. Biggest volume. Look at this. Look at the volume here. And again, this has 6 minutes to close. This will probably end up being the biggest volume bar of the day. Too late now for me. So I've only had the one trade today, guys. And that was, I talked about the VIR. I'm glad I got out of it, but, it did okay. I was hoping it would really hold that 50 mark and keep surging from there, but well, yeah, I mean, if I'm looking at a 15-minute candle, okay, and I check my computer clock, and it says 11:10, so I know that that 15-minute candle has 5 minutes to close. That's all. So why I do that is, when I'm comparing volume bars. So what I was saying is that you see here is that volume bar in the 15-minute. It's almost the same as this one, almost, okay? And I was saying I'm sure it'll probably eclipse it because this candle still has, as we speak, a little over 4 minutes to close before this candle closes. That bar closes, right? So that's what I'm talking about. And there you go. See how it's excuse me, it's bigger now. By the way, how's this background, guys? Is this sort of this brown background? Is it okay? I hope it is because it's easier on the eyes for me. This is another thing that changed. GBS is still a lot. Look at the volume. I mean, just look at the volume. It's all about volume, guys. You have all the other fancy indicators. I mean, I'm not saying don't use any other indicators, but you just have to check the volume. And if we'll talk. Sometimes people always like to take stocks that are breaking out, and they look at an area where it looks like stock is consolidating, and then it pops. But if it's popping and there's no volume, There's no enthusiasm. It's it's very possible that even though there's been a price increase out of the consolidation, it just may not maintain because there's just no volume. But if you get a breakout on volume, I mean, that's obviously a lot better. Just means there's interest. Wow, GBS. No news, right? No. Oh, I'm sorry. There is news. Yeah, okay, right. COVID-19 antibody trials. So there is news. Here's your news. Now that popped 7%. That would have been in the pre-market, okay? That's what they're talking about right there. Now, of course, it's up 74%. How can a stock do that? Well, look at the float. 11 million in the float. Low float. All right, guys, I'm going to take a trade here. I just want to see how this is, these columns are aligning. I'm going to take this trade here in the simulator. This is on this pullback right there. Well, actually, I'm going to go to the orders. I'm going to cancel that order on the pullback. Okay, now. Okay, I'm just the mechanics of doing this, okay? Changed my sound alert. Even. Okay, so there it is. Entry 489. Going to put a stop at 469. Again, I didn't go over money management at all. Maybe I'll take a break today doing that. But you get into a trade, have to have a price you're going to get out. If it doesn't work, that's how I trade anyway. Again, this is in the simulator. You'll see a red line will show up on the chart. Approximately minus 100. I'm risking $100 on the trade. How did we get that? Well, I took 500 shares, and the difference between the entry and the stop is 20 cents. If you divide 20 cents into $100, you get 500. Okay, this is what's happened. I want to get rid of some of these columns. Oh man. Tell me somebody, even if you didn't put it in the room, who shorted AERC? I had shorts available earlier, but they're none now. Wow. This is what short of the day, obviously, if you if you got it up in this 100 mark. Talked about this one yesterday. Yeah, it's NVCT. NVCT. Somebody asked. So I'm just going to go over this again. Now see if I can figure out how to do this. Okay. So I've been talking about this one, guys, okay? I'll nag you guys a little bit, maybe even a lot. Put NVCT on one of your trade ideas charts, okay? By that I mean just type it in, NVCT. Of course, it's not trading yet. It's supposed to trade tomorrow. Create a price alert. Right click, create the price alert. And that's what I've done, okay? And I actually, in the notes section, I put 2.3 million shares. It's supposed to open between 12 to 14. And Think Equity is behind it. I think they were the ones behind SOPA and also the AERC. I'm not 100% sure on that. But it's the same look. Very few shares and a very low price. The other ones were 9, 10. Okay, so this is supposed to open tomorrow, and this could go absolutely crazy. So all you have to do, just put your price alert, put it at 1, save it, and then minimize your price alert window. And then when the alert happens, it'll pop up on your screen. Okay, so that is NVCT. I'm definitely going to be following that one tomorrow. I don't know what's going to do what SOPA and the AERC did, but it's definitely worth looking at. Look what OLMA is doing. OLMA is just doing nothing. Okay, I mean it had a massive drop here, down 55%, mainly because it went up. I mean, it would still be down. I mean, it should have been probably 20 yesterday. It did pop up on the misleading information that was circulated. I don't think it was by the company, but I may be wrong. And then the actual data came out and just got creamed. Boy, look at this. ADGI, another, I don't know if there were shorts available for me. Yes, there were shorts, man. Look at this one. I mean, another one that just popped earlier on in the day, up to $80, down to 54. Oh. Well, not according. Well, maybe if it was after 8 o'clock Eastern time, maybe, because you would have seen. I'm sure you would have seen this move after hours if it had been, before 8 o'clock Eastern time. If that makes sense, William. Well, they must have presented something. It says right here. I mean, maybe they're presenting, but this is. I mean, this is the data reported the first clinical data from its phase 1. Oh yeah, that was false. Yeah, we know that. That's the reason that had that pop. But it wasn't the company that was spreading the false information. So that's why it had the pop. Exactly. I don't know. I find 2, 5, and 15 are fine for me, Denver. And then my longer term ones. Doesn't mean a person shouldn't, but this is fine for me. What time is it? 11:22. Okay. I just want to make sure. I'm sure it's Michael in our YouTube room. I just want to make sure. And again, if you have a lot of questions about using Brokerage Plus or creating strategies, back testing them, things like that, he's your man. I don't do any of that. Well, that's the whole thing. I mean, I don't know Think Equity at all. I mean, I could do a search on them, but I think they were behind the other ones. So that's all I'm saying. I mean, they seem to have this little track record of specializing in these stocks that issue very little at an IPO, very cheap IPOs, and then they just fly. But let me just see. At a moment here, just check my IPO calendar and just do a check. Yeah, for some reason, SOPA still doesn't. Oh, there it is. Give me a moment. All right, so I'm wrong on the SOPA. It was Maxim Group. Okay, it was Maxim. But I've seen this Think Equity many times. But you see the similarity. 2.9 million at around 9. Now that's not what happened. I mean, just check SOPA what happened the first 2 days. Okay. Listen, I don't know if this NVTC is going to do the same sort of thing, but I want to be prepared if it does. So there's that one, and then let me check the other one. Yeah, I can't find AERC. Yeah, for some reason AERC is just not showing up in my on the calendar, so I'm not sure who is behind that. No, there's no set time. I mean, especially for those ones, typically the bigger IPOs are around 9:30, or sorry, 10:30. Okay, typically, but there's no set time when this is going to start trading. That's why I just put your price alert. Do what I just did, and put your price alert, and it'll pop up. All right, we have another one that was halted. Is this an I? This is an okay. This looks like an IPO, guys. I don't know if it's. I don't have this on my IPO calendar. I don't think. And wow, this got halted, and holy smokes, doggone it. This is another one. I think this is one of these ones that is just not showing up on my IPO calendar. Starting to get a little frustrated here because these are the classics. I mean, I'll bet you any money. Well, not any money. Unless it's just a symbol name change. Let me just check some news here. Commencement of trading. Okay, so Diana Shipping spin-off Ocean. Okay, so this is maybe kind of call it an IPO. So it's a spin-off from DSX. So it's starting trading now, but it's like an IPO. And I bet you there are very few shares. And look at this. Look at the potential open from 776 on the halt to 12. That's why I really, really, really want to know when NVTC opens tomorrow. Okay? Focus on that. And I don't know if it's going to do the same type of thing, but Yeah, MEIP actually showing up on my option scanner. MEIP on my option scanner. But look at this. I mean, where's that 200 day? 308, so it's a little bit above the 308. But look at all this right here. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to, there's no guarantee it's going to stall here. But to me, there just looks like there's too much resistance nearby. I'd rather not see that. Well, definitely an exciting time, guys. Or times, guys. I mean, you don't want action, you got it. Okay, I just had a confirmation. Michael will be in our YouTube room. Time is it now? 11:29. So in about 30 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Michael will be there. So the market. So we did have a green bar, but now this bar the next 15-minute candle is ominously red. But let's see what happens. All right. At this point, I'd probably be maybe looking for a bounce in PPSI. Well, it's actually had a big bounce already. It's got down to what, 841. But if it takes out 9, maybe about 928 or so. The issue I have with this one is that there is absolutely zero news. And it doesn't matter so much, but you'd like to see some news, but there is no news. There was no news yesterday. I don't know if this is a meme stock today and yesterday. I really don't know. But you can just kind of see. I mean, it's still up 20%. Lots of volume, 10 times the float. Yeah, Hollyhead, absolutely. Here's a PPSI short, STRO short, ASO short. So there are some. The STRO, now the PPSI, as I was demonstrating earlier, there was the short of it, okay? And then it actually got stopped out because it actually popped up to the stop price and then it moved down again. But the STRO is awesome right from the beginning. Look at this. I mean, it had a little bit of a pull up here, but it's been steadily down. If you're looking for something long, forget about it. Now, the PPSI would have been hard to borrow for a lot of people. Certainly, Interactive Brokers on E-Trade did not have shorts for PPSI. Somebody mentioned Lightspeed. I think they said Lightspeed had shorts for PPSI, but at 1686, you can see right there. There's the candle. So at 9:45, so the second candle right there. See that down arrow? So right after this pop, and then there's the down arrow, and from there just basically beautifully down. And if you had shorts available for PPSI, there was the alert, but it popped up immediately. But then after that, so the alert was at 11:12. I mean, on a percentage basis, huge winner if you had shorts available. What this is telling you right there: 17% if you're still in the trade, 9% if you're still in the trade. That's what these percentages are telling you. Meanwhile, again, I may be wrong, guys. I mean, this may not prove to be resistance, but MEIP is moving up. But I'm just skeptical that it's going to take this area out right here. It's also it's not a low float, 91 million. So it's going to take a bunch to keep moving it. I mean, the volume, obviously it's coming in on the daily chart. Okay, there's the PPSI, guys. Maybe in nice little recovery mode. Keep an eye on this PPSI. Takes this out in a big way with some volume, but look at the volume. No volume yet. Where I was talking about, now, does it mean it's not going, I mean, volume helps, of course. It doesn't mean it won't go up if there's, if the volume doesn't really increase, but it's not likely. You see what's happening? It's starting to, you need a big volume burst. You're starting to see it a little bit on the 2-minute chart. You're just looking at this bar. And again, guys, when I talk about volume increase, I'm not talking about the absolute volume. We're talking about in relation to the previous candles. Because just look at PPSI, look at how the volume just dwindled. No interest, hence, people were just selling it, shorting it. Now, I mean, listen, it is starting to move a little bit here. But again, the volume, it's not huge in relation to the previous candles, but it is increasing a little bit. Well, congratulations anybody who shorted AERC. I mean, it took a little longer than I thought, but look at the SOPA. I mean, and again, this is why. Look at the similarities. 2 days, the first 2 days, like AERC, screaming higher, and then just collapsing. And then there's the AERC. All right, OP just opened. I wish I knew a little bit more about this one. I mean, this is not down 81%, okay? This is just, wow, this is another halt for OP. So this is a spin-off from, I think, DSX, that Diana Shipping. Okay, so I don't get it. I mean, I don't quite get it, but this is going to have another massive open. This is still looking good, guys. I mean, I'm telling you. I mean, this STRO. There's no. It takes out 15. There's really no resistance. I mean, there's the monthly chart. 1261 is the next low. So I mean, this still has some room to run if it wants to, especially if it takes out 15. There's been, a minor little flurry here. What did it get down to? 15. It got up to 1560. I mean, that's, a nice little pop, but short-lived. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys, listen. It hasn't started to trade yet. You have to listen to me. NVCT will start trading tomorrow. Okay. All I'm saying is put a price alert. If you have trade ideas, put a price alert on it, and then so tomorrow when it starts to trade, like put a price alert at $1. Okay. So because we know it's going to open more than $1, and then when it starts to trade, your price alert window will pop up on your screen. Okay. I'm just trying to get everybody prepared for it tomorrow. That's all. Now, listen. I don't know if it's going to do, what the SOPA or the AERC did. I don't know, but we should know about it. That's all. Okay. Okay. I'm glad you're kidding. Meanwhile, I mean, this has. Again, I wish I'd known about this one. OP. Yeah, it's a good workaround, Perfect. Yes, for sure. Especially putting notes in too. Okay, notes in about it to let you know how many shares and who's behind it, what the IPO price was supposed to be. I know some of you follow DWAC, DWAC. Look at this big down candle. Oh boy, look at this. So we had a little glimmer of hope for a rally on the SPY, and then that's being squashed. So we're now down 571. Everything is down. Okay, so before I do take my break, actually, I should make sure. I did check it this morning, but I should make sure. Just want to check this promo code. Yeah, it's still there. Okay, guys, so that black 25 is still alive. I'm very surprised that it's still alive, but hey, if you don't tell anybody, I won't. Okay, so again, that black 25 is still alive, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. But again, if you do take out a monthly subscription and if you decide you like it a lot, you want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so. Do it within 30 days and we will honor the 25% promo. Okay, now as I'm getting set to take my break in about 10 minutes, I will pop the YouTube link in. If you want to head over there while Michael is there between 12 and 1. All right, guys, well, this is a pretty good illustration of what I keep talking about. Okay? You see how this PPSI, it looked, I had an alert set up, it looked like it was going to start to break out. Check the volume. Check the volume. Nothing. That's why I keep harping on it. Yeah, it looked like it was starting to break out, but there was just no volume. We need a volume, you needed a volume bar maybe like that at least. And we just didn't get it. So consequently, just no interest. Well, P, let's see, I think it was 11 something, but let me... just opened, sorry. It just opened at 12, sorry. Well, it opened at 12, but it immediately dropped. And it looks like it's going to get halted again on the way down. Yeah, it just got halted on the way down now. All right, guys. Again, I'm just getting set to take my break. Nuze, yeah, past runner. See what it did a few days ago. It was back on the 11th, like about 3 weeks ago. Popped up to something or other, 750. Volume coming in. Look at the volume in relation to all those previous volume bars on the 15. Volume coming in for whatever reason. Take a look at Twitter here, guys. Of course, big news yesterday. And it's still moving down. So Dorsey leaving. Initially, reaction was really, look at this. I mean, the reaction was huge at the beginning. And then the rest of the day, and now continues down here. Wow. I mean, this is high of 81, almost cut in half this year, I guess. 12, yeah, the beginning, well, February this year. February. Forgot to keep following Ari. Boy, I'm missing the boat today, guys. Ari, yeah, I mean, Ari was on my watch list this morning. It got hammered down. I'm trying to figure out why that happened. Yeah, they're doing a financing, I guess. So Twitter new CEO past tweets are concerning. Oh, that's cool. All right, guys. I'm just kind of waiting for Michael to show up now in our YouTube room. Take my break. I'm going to put the announcement in. I'll still be here until he shows up. Hopefully, this is working. Yes. Boy, easy come, easy go. I mean, look at the C-picks now. I mean, this is just, you gotta trade these. Manage the trades, as Rio would say. Manage the trades, okay? You can't just sort of say, oh, right, this is just going to keep going higher and higher and higher. Wander away from your computer, and now you're down $1. So, I mean, on a $4 or $5 stock, you can't do that. Look at this ADGI. Oh, almost cut in half, guys, from the high. I mean, 80, not quite. You know, there was the high around 80 and drifting down to 40. Well, the fascinating day, I think, will be tomorrow. I mean, will we have another down? We haven't had two huge down days in a row for a long time. Okay, so will this continue tomorrow or will we have a rebound like we had? So remember, Friday was the big down day. Yesterday was a big up day. Today is the big down day. So we just haven't had a lot of them in a row. Remember cars showing up now in the option play on the way down. This market continues like this. I mean, the low yesterday was 1594 or so. 1598 actually. Boy, this takes out 16. Look out below. I'm sticking an alert right around 1598. I want to see if this takes this out. If the market continues to move down, I don't see why cars wouldn't. And this showed up on my option scanner on the way down. Is it a China stock? Unless something, well, it looks like it, well, it's headquartered in San Francisco. Why are you saying last time I looked, that's still the USA flag. Yeah, I don't know what's happening on your end, but I'm just kind of kidding you. But I mean that's your stars and stripes right here. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Well, to be fair, I mean, I did talk about this yesterday, and I said, you know, if I had any intestinal fortitude at all, I would just have this as a like an overnight short. I would have got killed. Well, I wouldn't have got killed because I would have seen this action, so I would have had to stop. So I wouldn't have got killed. But now look at it. All right, NUZE, are you? Yeah, you're going higher. So you got halted up higher. Yeah, something's happening to my scanner too. My halt. I didn't get the halt. I did not get the halt. I blame it on Windows 11. Anything happening badly today is because of my upgrade to Windows 11 last night. Ah, he's streaming. Okay. All right, Michael, I will stop my stream. I will, let me see, find the icon now. There it is. Okay, Michael, I'll stop. Have a good hour.
All right, everyone, let's first test, see if you can hear me. That's working perfectly. Now let's just go and click that button and you guys should see my screen. Awesome. Okay, so if anyone is new here, essentially what we do is we just open up the chat for an hour and just chat about trading. Mainly for Q&A, mainly for people who are either new to trade ideas or has question about trade ideas or anything like that. That would be fantastic. Just making sure everything's, I can see there. Perfect. So yeah, so interesting day, interesting couple days in the market to be doing this, I guess, but I'll be here for the next hour to answer any and all questions you have about trade ideas and trading and all of that. For anyone who doesn't know who I am, I'll just type in the chat here. I'll just put a little hi. Kind of just the math guy around here, I guess. I've using trade ideas for 10, 15 years, so I obviously know all the basic stuff there, but at the same time, I work on the TI strength algorithm and building Holly algorithms and things like that. So kind of the quant slash CMT nerd that's hanging out around here. It was interesting. You can see I got UUP up here because even with everything going on in the market, the dollar is strong, and it's so strong that it's ranked number 2 on the TI strength algorithm right now, which is super interesting to me, right? Because if we're all worried about inflation, why is, and this is what I've been kind of wrapping my head around all day, why is gold going down, right? Which is supposed to be an inflation hedge and obviously is not. Why are bonds going up when bonds are awful inflationary hedges? Why is GBTC? Okay, why is Bitcoin selling? And then why is the dollar going up? This is the exact opposite of what you would expect if everybody was indeed as worried about inflation as they appear to be. So I think, and this is why I don't really pay attention to news when trading, right? I just want to look at what the charts are telling you because that's the only thing you can profit off of. And everything else is just kind of lip service. But I would just expect different action if we were as terrified about inflation as everything I read on Twitter says I should be. So if anyone has any ideas, certainly let me know, but it just doesn't make any sense. But yeah, so again, full hour. Any questions when it comes to trading, trade ideas, all that stuff, certainly let me know. 44 of you here, so I'm sure somebody's got a question somewhere. But until then, I'm just going to do my work about trying to figure out what I'm going to buy into the close. Is that's the time that I trade. For me, the day is all about analysis, and then the close is about action. CAI is doing good today. Has a couple good shorts here. STRO, that was a really nice one there. ASO, yeah, that was another good one. But ASO, what moving average is this? The 50, getting right down to the 50. I always keep an eye on ASO because it's got, if you see here, it's got a 27% short float. And so if this thing could ever get strong, there's definitely some shorts that are going to be nervous there for sure. What indicators do I use? I'm not an indicator guy myself. Whoa, apron. Wow, blue apron from TI Strength, bucking the trend. Oh, nice color. Yeah, I have a 8 EMA, which I use pretty much exclusively for trailing stops. Is the way I look at that. I'm not a big, I don't believe that if there was an indicator out there that just worked, that you would never hear about it, right? If I had an indicator that just worked on its own, I would keep it as quiet as I possibly could. So, but what I like to use this for is say I was lucky enough to grab ARPN right here on this, bullish engulfing day, right? One might say, how long do you hold it for, right? You know that you should keep your losers tight and you should let your winners go. And then the question is how long? So a lot of people out there will just kind of sell in parts as things go. For me, I look at, I use this as a trailing stop. I would say something like I'll be in APRN until it breaks the moving average, and then we go from there. And then, yeah, I have an RSI on here, and that's mainly I like to look at RSI divergences. So again, for me, no power to any indicator, right? Meet a rich guy that just trades off an indicator, and you probably met a liar. But as part of, we have the scan here. I can bring up the scan. We'll find stuff. Symbol linking, RSI divergence. Give that a second to load up. There we go. So basically what this is doing is it's looking for stocks that have made new lows, but where the RSI has not. Let's find a nice clean example. Here, something that's just pops out at you. Well, yeah, AMRS for one, right? This thing continues to make new lows. At the same time, the RSI here is just kind of making new highs to holding steady. So for me, that's the reason I use it, just to see divergences, right? It's when something doesn't happen the way that it, quote unquote should. To me, that's interesting. Now, that doesn't mean I'm just going to take a trade based off of that, but it is a reason to start to look at the stock to possibly take a trade later, I guess is the way to look at that. For me, I'm just a price action guy, right? What is the actual price action telling me? Because what I'm going to trade is going to be the price action, and that's the only thing that pays you, right? That's a Brian Shannon-ism that I really like, which is only price pays. Right? It doesn't matter what the volume is. It doesn't matter what all these things are, away they go, right? The RSI divergence, yeah, it's right in the Market Explorer. So just go New, Market Explorer, and then right click on that until you find server window, and then go to RSI divergence. It's all built in, nothing you have to do in any way, shape, or form. Now, again, if RSI divergence are part of your written and tested trading plan, that's great. What I'll say is that that's going to be a counter trend trade. So, I'm sure by now I've given you the speech enough that you have a written and tested trading plan. But for the people who don't, just know that, if you're going to start building a trading plan around counter trend trading, it might make your life a little bit more complicated, just because it's, anytime you're fighting the trend, things are a little bit harder. So I think everyone's watching the markets sell off a little bit here. I'm seeing a lot of panic on Twitter, which is hilarious that we're off like 3% from all-time highs and everyone's losing their mind. However, what I'm looking at is the divergence between the indexes, right? So why is it that, again, gold is doing awful when this market's going off? IWM is just getting killed, right? So the small caps. So if you guys are in small caps and you're noticing that, everything's hurting a little bit more than just a 3% pullback on the SPY is telling you, well, that's one thing. But and then MDY, which is your mid caps, right? So SPY is large caps, IWM is small caps, and then MDY is the guys in the middle. and that's doing worse as well, right? So it seems like the safe haven for this kind of stuff right now is the higher you go, the higher you go in the cap scale, the better they would be. How do you remove repeating from an alert window? Sure, let me open up. All right, so we got an alert window here. So right click and then go down to properties. And then there's a don't repeat button right here under properties. When you click that, it will give you options, right? How often, do you not want it to repeat for 5 minutes or 15 minutes or an hour or a day, or do you just want to see it once in that scan ever, right? So those are going to be your options. Those are pretty self-explanatory, but it's just right click and under properties, there's a don't repeat button down there. Because I know some scans can get kind of obnoxious if it just keeps firing the same symbol through there. So we got that in there. How long do you hold a stock that's negative, or what do you sell off? I'm really good at holding losing stocks for too long. Well, it's that should be obviously decided before you enter the trade, right? You have to know before you enter any given trade, what it is that you're going to get out on, right? This is why, if this is the first one of these you've heard of me, I harp on people all the time for having a written trading plan, because I've never met a successful trader who doesn't have I do this when this happens, and then I get out when this happens, and I take profits when this happens, and here's where my stop is. Like, all of this needs to be prepared, or otherwise you're just, shooting fish in a barrel, right? You're just trying to, let me grab this stock and see what happens because it looks good or it feels good, or I saw it on a scan, or I read a story or something. And it's just like, that's just not the way trading works, right? You have to have a somewhat systematic, even if you're discretionarily doing it, but you need to know what you're going to trade and why you're going to trade it and when you're going to get out, and all this kind of stuff needs to be taken care of, right? So that should be done before then, right? So I have everything like that is already kind of squared away. Like, so for what I'm looking at is PubM is one of the stocks I've got on my watch list here to see if we can, maybe get a turn into the close and close stronger. I want it to close above this resistance right here, but before I ever pull the trigger, I'll know exactly where my stop is, right? So that's where I want it to close above today. And I know I'm going to be wrong right here. So I do all of that beforehand, and then I say, okay, well, if I'm trying to get in at, say, 41 and I'm trying to get out at 36, then what I do is I calculate how much of my account I want to risk on this trade. For me, it's never more than 2% of the value of my account on any given trade. So then you just back into that number from there. You can say, hey, all right, so I want to buy, say I had a, $10,000 account. Let's make the math super simple and say I'm risking $2 per share, right? I would say, okay, well, I'm risking $200 on any given trade, and I'm risking $2 per share on this trade. So I'm going to take 100 shares so that if I get stopped out, I risk 2% on that trade. And then it's always like that, right? And then I reassess all the time, and away you go. Again, risk is the most important part of this game. You got to understand that if you become the best trader on earth, you're going to be right 60 to 70% of the time, maybe, which means 3 out of every 10 trades, if not 4 out of every 10 trades, you're going to be wrong on. So if you're not thinking about risk first, it's one of those things, only a matter of time before you get killed. Do I still conduct my weekly swing trade analysis? Yeah, I've got a weekly live stream over on my channel. I've got nightly videos. Well, not every night, but almost every night. But yeah, I still do a weekend live stream you can always find on my channel, and that just has breaking down crypto and FX and all of that. As a chartered market technician, right? It's just part of kind of what I do, is analyze the market kind of in depth every week. So I stream that and I post it on there. Again, you can see them all, just Stats Edge Trading is the name of the YouTube account. So it's there every week. Usually on Sundays is when I do that. It should just be youtube.com/stats edge trading. That should work, I hope. How do I link my scanner to eTrade Pro? I don't have eTrade Pro because they hate Canadians, but what you'll do is you'll go into the tools on the main bar here, go down to external linking, and then it will bring up this box right here. So with this one, you'll add a new link, and then it will make you, just read the instructions here, but you'll click on, you'll hold the shift button, and then you'll go over to where it is that you want it to input the symbol for you and release that. And then under rule, go down and look for eTrade, which should be, or maybe you just use the base one. If there's no eTrade here, just use none and see if that works. And they can get you a PDF if you go over to the support chat on the main channel, and that will have a PDF walkthrough. But just, yeah, it's once you use external linking, you go tools, external linking, and then you open up a new link. There's pretty good step-by-step directions there to give a shot to. Let me know if that works for you. How do I find stocks showing possible capitulation? See, that all depends on what you define as capitulation, right? That's the thing, is we can scan for whatever you're after, but you need to know mathematically what that means to you, right? Is a 10% sell off in a day, is that capitulation? Is a 20% sell off capitulation? Is, right? It's, you got to convert it all into math and kind of go from there. So what if the don't repeat is grayed out? That probably means you're in history, and you can't remove that in history, right? So if I go history and I say today, and then I go through and go property don't repeat, you see how it's grayed out? But then if I right click and then I go real time, then I go properties and it's not grayed out. The other thing you can do too is if your symbol is getting spammed too much, is just go through and check your filter settings. It might be time to change those. If it's a new high or low ticker, you may want to try new high or low filtered, it's called. So this one's a new high-low ticker, but if you go new high-low filtered, it will basically just stop spamming as much. If there's it won't show you every time a stock makes a new 1 penny high kind of thing. What's the profit factor and win percentage in the AI mean? So win percentage is pretty straightforward, right? This is just saying that when the back test was run, that was the win percentage for it in the back test, right? No one knows obviously what a win percentage of something will be in the future, but in the back test, that was whatever the win percentage was. PF stands for profit factor, so you can Google it if you really want to dive into it, but it's basically you take the sum of all your winners and then you divide it by the sum of all your losers. So say you're running a back test and you take all of the winners and you sum them up and it made $3,000 from all of its winners. And then you take all of the losers and you sum those up and it lost $1,000 and all of those losers. That would have a profit factor of 3, right? Basically showing that for every dollar you lose on one trade, you make $3 on your, or that you lose on your losing trades, you make $3 on your winning trades. For me, profit factor is way more important than win percentage, because win percentage is one of those things. Every time someone talks about win percentage, it reminds me of, right, I go to the gym not as frequently as I should, but frequently enough. And it's like, if someone asks how much you curl, then that's just a useless stat in the gym. And same with win percentage. I don't care if I'm right 10% of the time. As long as net over the long run, I make money. So that's where profit factor will it incorporates both win percentage and risk return ratio, and then it comes up with one number. So you can have a high profit factor and have a low risk reward, but a high win rate. And then conversely, you can have a high profit factor, but a low risk rewards, and then you can go from there. Yeah, let me find the website. We have it all on the website here where we just post it. We update that once a month. But again, these will be just the automated ones, which again, we don't recommend anyone just follow a machine blindly like that. But trade ideas, I'm just Googling here, AI performance. So yeah, I think, yeah, once a quarter we go through and we update this chart, and yeah, it's got a 1.2 profit factor over since 2019 to date. So yeah, it's just another way to record. Again, I like profit factor because I don't give two craps about win rate. Just because, again, win rate, it just doesn't matter. You know, you can be, most of the best traders that I know out there have 50-50 to maybe a 60% win rate. And, you know, it just means that when they're right, they're really good at holding on to those winners. And then the beauty of that is that over the long run, I think that has the potential to make you way more money than someone who tries to maintain a really high win rate, because there'll just be times where that win rate tanks, and if you don't have your risk reward set up properly, that can cause a lot of problems. So I just focus. I like profit factor because it combines the two, and I like just risk reward because, again, who cares if you're only right 1 out of 5 trades, as long as at the end of the day your account's bigger than, or the end of the month or the end of the year, your account's bigger than when you started, right? So what am I doing? What else am I doing while we're just waiting for questions? Oh, BJ, I think, is an interesting one to keep an eye on here. And we've got, let me make that get bigger, go big. There we go. This is a nice clean pullback here, right? It had this this big pop off of earnings, and then over the last like 4 or 5 days, it's just been this nice clean pullback with each day making a lower high. So what I'm looking forward to see is, you know, once we break the high of a day prior, that might be where I'm interested. Right? You can just see on the 30-minute chart just this nice relaxed downtrend here. So if this ever reverses, then I think you could get a quick little, you know, maybe a shot at 70 or something. Other than that, I always like the TI Strength Alert stuff. This is the algorithm that I built for swing traders. Very soon, you're going to actually get the window in this as well. We're just waiting for kind of more people to convert over into the beta where they have access to this. But for now, you get the 5 going. There we go. You get the 5 a week, and there's some good names. So APRN, I got triggered in. I think the trigger was like right over 10. Where is it? I actually have it right here. Yeah, LNG hasn't triggered. I know that. Yeah, APRN was 10, so that's good. And then MRVI, I'm in that one as well. Yeah, that triggered yesterday, and we're up a little bit from that, so that's good. Especially in this tape, right? This is when you have a down market like this, you just want to find the stuff that's not participating, right? Don't, you know, panic like everyone else is. I just always like to sit there and make a list and say, okay, what are they not selling, right? What are they not going to sell. TMO, that one didn't, I don't think. No, that one didn't. And then LNG didn't trigger yet. Although this one still looks good as long as it kind of holds on, digs in here. And then QGen, same kind of thing. Hasn't triggered yet, but if we get over this 58, it's clear resistance there. So actually, let me just put in a price alert. If you guys don't know, you can do this where I just want to be noted. And I'll just put in a note for TIS and just click OK. Just remind me, because I don't have a standing order for that one. Yeah, so very soon in this channel, you'll also get access to this, which is whatever is strong right now. And that's why I was kind of curious. And I did a little tweet on why would UUP be strong, right? So why would the dollar be strong if everything else is getting hammered? And then, yeah, this is a bond ETF. Like, why would that be doing well if we're worried about inflation? Bonds and the dollar would be the two worst investments if we were going through a period of high inflation, which is why I'm shocked with Powell speaking and everything. Again, I don't watch the news, but everything I'm seeing on Twitter, everyone's worried about inflation. Why is that selling? That doesn't make any sense to me. But on some of my strategies, yeah. So I have a different trailing stop, obviously, for every strategy, right? A different trading plan for every strategy, of course. But yeah, for me, I like it because it makes sense with my time frame, which is I want to hold stuff for, well, like Li Auto, for example. No, it's a FSR that I'm in, not Li Auto. Right, so I bought some FSR yesterday. Yesterday. So I'm a little bit underwater on this, but what I'll just do is I look at a close below the ADMA. So as long as that thing is closing above it, then I'm in, and as long as it's closing, if it closes below it, then I'll get back out. And again, the reason I do that is just, again, my time frame. So say I bought this FSR breakout, that would have kept me in until right here. And then also, it makes it incredibly easy for me to go through my portfolio and figure out what to kill and what to keep. Because just on the close, the last hour, 30 minutes of the day, I just tab through my holdings in Brokerage Plus and look at it based off the ADMA. And, you know, if it's above it, keep it. If it's below it, kill it. And just, because I'm all about, again, if people don't know me, right, I put my YouTube channel above. I'm a chartered market technician and a quant, I guess is the term. But so everything I do is kind of statistically based. So what I do is I try to remove the human aspect from trade entry, exit, and management. Where I think the human does well is focusing entirely on what to trade. You know, what am I going to buy and when and for what reason? And that's where I spend my time doing my analysis and my trading plan and all of this. And then when it comes to exits, I don't want to have to think about that, right? I just want to go, okay, is it above this? Great. If not, don't do it. Right. And same with, but it's going to be different based off each strategy. You know, if you said you're doing a revision to the mean type strategy, well, that wouldn't work for you, right? Because you're buying stuff that's selling. So therefore, in most cases, it's going to be well under the moving average, right? So, you know, it's it has to be adapted to your hold time. Like if you're a shorter term hold trader, you'll use a different one. If you're a longer term hold trader, you'll use a different one. If you're doing revision to the mean trading, then it just simply will not work for you, right? Unless you're trying to buy pullbacks on strong stocks, and then maybe you're buying them above a moving average or something like that. But it's just a way to remove complexity from it, right? There is no magic. There is no magic moving average. There is no magic RSI. There is nothing like that, right? Trading is all about the work. You scan through the markets and find a process that works for you, and then just continue to do that. But again, it's where do I want to remove? And for me, it's the same problem that a lot of traders have, in which you're basically how to word this, right? It is. I think you could pick almost any strategy at random, and with the right risk management, probably do okay. So then the question is, how do you do the right risk management, right? Everyone says, hey, cut your losers short and keep your winners run, right? That's the kind of generic comment on how to trade, and it's 100% correct, right? There's just no doubt about that. Again, with knowing that the best traders in the world are right half the time, a little bit better. Risk management is everything, but they never say how to do it. So for me, again, a moving average just seems like a pretty simple metric when it comes to a simple way to do it that doesn't take a lot of time and doesn't take a lot of effort. So I see your question there, Pamela. Yeah, we are talking about the ADMA, and that's, again, it's what I use for me as kind of a relative strength trend trader, right? So like I'm looking at PubM, A, because it's got a large short float, but B, because when the market's been selling off, this is actually, did a little fake out this morning, but it's actually been holding pretty well. So that's what I look at as a relative strength trader, right? I don't buy the stuff that's getting hammered. I buy the stuff that's either breaking large bases or is outperforming in some way, right? And over the last little bit, PubM has done some great performance, and now it's basing here. So again, if we get a close over 40, a worst case stop goes under the base as a way to protect me if I'm away from my computer, because again, I do all of my work and all of my analysis in that last hour of the day. But as we move, then I'll just use the 8 EMA as a trail. But again, it's all about your hold time, right? You may go in, you may say, well, that's a little bit, that gets me in and out of stuff a little bit too quickly. I want to hold on for a bit of a longer move. Well, then you might say, okay, well, let's use, I don't know, the 20 or whatever, right? And, the upsides and downsides are pretty evident there, right? The tighter you are on your trail, the higher win rate you'll have, but the lower risk reward, right? Because you're not letting things really, really go. When you pick a longer term moving average or a longer term way to trail your trading, what you end up getting is way more of a risk reward, right? If you used a 50 moving average and you say, I'm going to stay in this till it closes below the 50, you may get, a massive move on something. But the amount of things that go up a bit and then come down against you is just going to be way higher. So again, there is no right answer, and there is no perfection on this. The question is simply, what do you prefer kind of within your trading, right? Right. There are people out there that, they would go crazy if they didn't have a win rate 60, 70, 80% plus. I feel bad for those people because that's going to be a rough life. But, they, for example, need to be kind of shorter term scalpers. It's going to be the only way they're going to maintain one like that. For me, again, I don't care about win rate, right? I want to risk 1 to make 10, and I want to do that over and over and over again. So I know if I'm right 10% of the time, then I'm still fine. Look at BNED. Barnes & Noble. Isn't that BNED? Barnes and Noble. Yeah, so that wouldn't work for you, right? Because you're always going to be below every moving average if you're looking for stuff to tank, right? So this had bad earnings, reported bad earnings, sold off, right? Maybe people are waking up to the fact that it's a bookstore, and who the hell's going to go to a bookstore in this day and age? You can get those things online. A little bit of sport there, but yeah, it's just nothing that I would ever touch. But if you're doing something like that, you need to find out a different trailing mechanism. Right, there's trailing, and then there's people out there with great success, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it, that use a simple risk reward, a profit target and a stop loss. Right, they say, okay, I want to risk 1 to make 3, and they'll just enter the trade, and they'll put out their stop loss at 1, and they'll put out their profit target at 3, and then they'll walk away. And that's perfectly valid in my mind. Again, the downside of that is that if the thing just rockets and goes to 1 million, that you'll lose out on that. But, how many times have you been in a stock that's just absolutely, soared for forever and ever and ever, right? So again, everything in trading is a trade-off, hilariously enough, right? Do you want to be... the beauty of a risk-reward profile is that you're just constantly rebalancing your stock into, okay, this one moved up and I took my profit, now let me find another one with increased capital for that next trade, and so on and so forth. But again, what you're leaving behind is that if something just rockets, then, you're going to miss that. AOSL just popped up on the strength alerts. Interesting one. Nice bull flag here in the daily. We had a breakout this morning and then a pullback. So it looks like, what's this? This $50 is a solid level. So I may actually buy some of this. I kind of like the look of it. So what I want to do, and again, I do all this kind of more or less in the last bit of the day. If we get back over 48, that's what I'll do. I'll set a stop limit. If we get back up over 48, I'll buy some. So then I go, okay, well, what's my risk? Right? Worst case is going to be 42 or 43. So risking $5 a share. So then the question is, do I think it's probable that I could make, I'd actually tighten the risk from that. I'd go 44. So let's say 4 points. So could I go 8 points, which would get me to 55? So that's a bit of an ask on that. But yeah, what a strong name. So let's, for now, just put in a set your price alerts. All right, that's going to be the key to making trading easy. Just if you see something, do your analysis like that, set a price alert. You could even, sometimes I put my trade size directly in the price alert. Do I not have a price alert window open? Not going to answer that one. AJ answered that many, many times before. And just FYI, like we have a list of things that we have to build, and it goes by the amount of people that it's affected. And you just asking the same question over and over again still only counts as one person interested in it. So again, for the final time, it has been noted. It's in the list. It's in the list as one person would like this. And that's the end of her, right? Not to be combative, but it's just been every time I pop on here, the same exact question. Did you see the Tip ranks gave, yeah, I don't know what tip ranks are. Yeah, who's tip ranks? What's their win rate? Are they accurate in any way, shape, or form? Why would I base a trade off them? Now, from a chart point of view, this thing's okay. It's obviously gotten hammered from 2018, and it's been just stuck in this range for 3 years now. From a shorter term kind of point of view, it's kind of strong, so maybe over 650, but don't ever take trades off what analysts would do, right? Analysts are generally known to be the worst traders in history. They upgrade stuff on the way up and then they downgrade it on the way down. But for me, if I was interested in this, which I'm not because there's a lot of resistance in the way, I'd want to see it kind of over 630. So yeah, I'd be very careful. I don't like tip ranks. I don't know anything about them. Always have your own plan when you're going to get in, when you're going to get out, why you're getting in, why you're getting out, right? Says therapeutics in the name, so just be careful with that. It's one of those, anytime you see, therapeutics or something, doesn't mean don't trade it. It just means know that, what do they do? Unmet medical needs, solve patient therapeutic problems. Yeah, so they build stuff, therapeutic. So if they get something new approved that people like, maybe finally it will break out of just being an absolute dog for years. And, Parallels desktop, new available. Remind me later. I'm streaming. Get out of here. You do things differently. I don't know if I do things that differently, but yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things that I'm very much ignore everything except price, because the only thing that you take to the bank and buy things with is whether you bought something for one price and sold it for another. I think there's very much mystification and overcomplication when it comes to trading, right? People are looking for, if I get this scan, it will make me a bunch of money, or if I can do this, it will make me a bunch of money. It's one of those things where it's like, you need to, it doesn't need to be that complicated. And I think part of the reasons that a lot of people complicate trading is because, they struggle with it and they think that the more complicated they make it, it's like, okay, I'm struggling with trading, therefore I need to, layer on 7 more indicators, or if I get this moving average crossover, then I'm fine. Or if I do this and if I do this, then I'm fine. And for me, it's just not the way it works, right? You need to just have a setup, trade that setup with discipline, knowing as soon as my trading really started to turn around is as soon as I internalized that I'll be right 60% of the time until the day I die. And that will probably be it. So then your focus becomes on risk management and says, okay, well, if that's true, which I would argue vehemently that it is, then your entire focus should be, well, how do I buy stuff that's already showing strength and is going to be strong? And then how do I focus entirely on risk reward, right? Because, you can be amazingly profitable being right only 60% of the time, right? Or you can absolutely blow up your account and get destroyed being right 80-90% of the time. So now that we know that win rate isn't the most important factor, then it means something is, and for me that's risk reward. So my simplistic way of trading is look at what's strong. The market will tell you what's strong. And I see a question, what is strength? Well, is the chart going, right? This chart's going sideways. Is the chart going up or is it going down, right? Bottom left to top right, right? Or top right to bottom. So if you look at the TI strength alerts, you'll notice that all of these are going to be going up. That's a buyout, so ignore that one. Right, same with this one that we just talked about. And then I go and I say, okay, well, what's in our way? AOSL, there's nothing in the way. JC talks about it all the time, JC from All Star Charts. And I think it's hilarious where he reminds people, just because the top of the chart is here, that doesn't mean that that's resistance, right? It means there's actually a lack of resistance. So, you know, and it's one of those things that I know it's as humans, we want to root for the underdog, right? So people always want to buy, like, you know, stuff like AQST, where this is a therapeutic that's just been QST. So let's take AQST and let's go out to a monthly chart. Is that all the data? Yeah. So people want to find the stuff that's absolutely hammered. And I think what happens is kind of mentally in their head, they say, well, that's 20 and that's 5. So that's 4 times my money if it gets up there. Whereas, you know, you've got to get through all of this resistance here. You know, there's more resistance in through here. There's just a lot in your way. Where if you go into ARPN, or let's just go, what was one of these that looked good? AOSL, right? We look at this at a monthly chart. Well, yeah, you didn't buy it at 10 and sell it at 40 to 4 times your money, but right, this thing is obviously a strong name. So therefore, you know, what makes a stock strong? It's just people are buying it. Plain and simple, right? Your job is not to kind of reinvent the wheel. Your job is to say, what are people buying? And let me buy that with them. And then let me sell it when they start selling it. And it just makes life way simpler if you just say, okay, what's going on? And, you know, we got to look at why technical analysis even mathematically works. Technical analysis only works mathematically because trends exist longer than they would if the market was random, right? Where it's, so you might as well stick with the trend. Just, again, in my opinion, just makes your life way easier. But it is a mental hurdle for people where they want to buy the stuff that's getting hammered. Let me take a look at MCRB. See, and this one's kind of interesting to me too, where, again, obviously got hammered. For sure, was a $30 stock, now is a 10. But then you always look, and this is something I know Barry harps on all the time. You say, well, what's in our way? Well, there's really nothing until this price action begins. So then you got to look at it and you got to say, well, is it strong? Well, that all depends on your time frame. You know, if you're holding this one, if you're planning on holding this one till it gets to 20, I highly doubt that that's going to happen, just because you have so many bag holders up here that are going to look to sell on any kind of pop. But if you're a kind of a shorter term swing trader and you're more looking, you know, for a week or two hold, well, yeah, this thing's been relatively strong for the last, you know, month, I guess, almost. So we've been going up here for a month, and then we took a little bit of a break, and now we've got maybe some continuation going on here. So that's kind of just how I'll look at it, is what's my time frame? So then what do I consider strong? But yeah, bottom picking is just, I don't know. What's the saying that JC says, is that picking bottoms is hazardous to your wealth? Right? If it's going down for a reason. When looking at these, are you also looking at volume coming in, or are you doing more swing trades? I don't look at volume at all. It just doesn't, you know, sometimes I'll check out the relative volume up here, and we're actually looking to, I got to make a note, but I'm actually looking to chart relative volume. We're just trying to get the server tech kind of ready to go there. It's a large calculation. Let's just put it that way. So relative volume may be interesting, like how much this is doing 4 times normal volume, but I could have told you that this was doing more volume even without looking at this if this was blanked out, just because, we gapped down today and we just engulfed like a week's worth of action. So I just don't think volume matters. And I know that's another controversial opinion, but I just don't look at it at all. Not at all. I look at volume as a liquidity filter. If this thing was trading 50,000 shares today, I would not take it, and I would tell you guys to not take it either, because even if you're right, trying to get in and out of an incredibly liquid stock is no fun. But yeah, I don't need, for me, everything's in the price. If it's going up, I don't care. Again, it always goes back to the Brian Shannon quote of only price pays. If the stock goes up on low volume and you buy it and then it goes up and it's on low volume and then you sell it, the bank will still take your money. So for me, I just don't, it's one of those things that it's going to happen kind of after the fact anyway. So I'm not interested in it. But again, it's to each your own, right? I'm always one that I think everyone should build their own trading plan. And it should say things like, does volume matter? And the reason you need to go through that, and the reason you need to track all your trades and have a trading plan, is so you can go back through the trading plan and say, okay, I took these 50 trades and the volume was low and this happened. And then I took these 50 trades and the volume was high and this happened. And see which of those mattered, right? Did anybody care? Like, did it affect the returns at all? Right? And that's why, again, tracking and all of that. N's not a thing. MGM, I think that's been getting hammered. Yeah, it's nothing I would touch. Again, right? I just don't know, maybe it's because I'm getting old. But for me, I just don't see the sense of buying stuff that's going down. Like, why not buy stuff that's going up? Right? And if you watch Barry trade, it's a lot of the same stuff too, right? Where he's very rarely trying to pick a bottom on a stock for a day or a top on a stock for a day. He's looking for, okay, what are people buying? And now let me try to find a way to get into that. And then go from there. So I got into what it looks like. Yeah, I got triggered into some of this AOSL from TI Strength. I had no idea what it is. Semiconductor something. But basically just, I like the fact that, again, strong name, number 1 ranked right now on our TI Strength alerts. Pull back, I just looking at the whole number. So looking for it to break 48. Right, worst case stop if it gaps down or something will be under this area, but now I'll sell it when it breaks below the 80 EMA. Closes below, I should say. But yeah, I've heard my trading is incredibly boring, and that's 100% on purpose. I just don't need to think too much about it. Are you long biased? Yeah, I am long biased from a swing trading point of view. Mainly, I'm a swing trader. I do some intraday trading as well, but that's also incredibly boring type stuff. But yeah, just from a swing trading point of view, it's just because I went through a couple of years of my statistics and I was better at it. So, being better at swing trading, or being better at the long side, I just kind of focus on that. And, just if you take a look at the market, and so let's just take the SPY and put it on a monthly chart, knowing that kind of 80% of stocks in some degree will follow the SPY. And it just, to me, it's easier to look to trade this thing long than it is to look to trade it short. right? It's just, it has a natural upward drift. Like everyone, I know, I love how everyone's saying, oh, this is an insane raging bull market right now and it needs to pull back and blah, 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 yada, yada. Soon, I think we'll have logarithmic charts, which will paint a better picture of what I'm trying to show here. Let's just grab something that has logarithmic charts. But this isn't an interesting, insane move for the market at all. SPY. It's the problem with looking at arithmetic charts. It gives people misconceptions about what's kind of actually going on. Yeah, so if you look at it on any platform that has logarithmic charts, which I'm sure your brokers do as well, you know, just stay with the trend. Now, you know, that being said, if we're ever in like a prolonged bear market, I will probably adjust that. But for me, it's easier to buy bounce in a prolonged way. So I primarily use daily and 30-minute charts. Yeah. And then for me, it's the daily chart is the primary chart. It's the one that gives me everything that I need to know. For 30-minute, what I just may do is I may notice areas of support and resistance that you don't see in the daily chart, which just may allow me to fine tune an entry or exit. But, you know, if I only had one, it would certainly be a daily chart. Just, again, I just think that that's the most important when it comes to all that. And again, that's to each his own, right? From a trade idea scan perspective, what does strength? I just use the TI strength, right? That's an algorithm I built. So I almost exclusively use this for strength stuff. And then the rest of them, again, are other setups that I've built. Right. The only thing I can implore you is that if you're looking for a scan to build a trading strategy, you're doing it wrong. It's got to go the other way, right? First, you have to define what's strong to you, and then you need to build that into a scan, right? It cannot be the other way around. And there's people who try that, who say, okay, I just give me a scan that pumps out winners. And it's like, it's just not. That person will have a very hard time in their trading career, right? It's got to be the other way around, where you say, this is what I want to trade, and this is why I want to trade it, and now let me go through and build a scan. So for me, that's why I said, right, the strength is, right, a chart going up this way. So what I'll do is I'll look for things like, you know, in a case like that, moving averages, again, even though they have no power, are a nice, simple way to denote this, right? So, for example, if I put a 20 moving average and then I put a 50 moving average and then I'll put a 100 moving average, right? So one symptom of things that are strong is short-term moving averages on top of longer-term moving averages. Right? Because it's going up. It's just kind of the way the math works. But, you know, it just has to be. And that's kind of the biggest thing. And that's something that I think at Trade Ideas we're going to work on trying to do better messaging on, is that we need it to be more obvious that, you know, things like TI strength is a trading system, right? We send that to you guys. It's in and of itself, it is a, hey, look for these to make bullish moves, buy them and stay in them as long as you can. Same with the score that's in Trade Ideas as well. That's kind of an investment system in and of itself too. If you find things with really high scores and then combine that with some sort of technical analysis, I'm sure you would do great killing anything that's not working and keeping everything that is. But when it comes to scans are just that. They're to find things that are based off your trading plan. So again, the number one thing that I see most people in trading fail on is just having a systematic plan that tells them what to do. And, you know, they try to use a scan to make their plan for them, right? I'm going to buy things that come through this scan. I'm like, well, that's just not, right? Where's your stop? Where's your profit target? Why are you getting in? That type of thing as well, right? TI strength alerts. So it looks like you're going back several days to review strength alerts. Yeah, this is something that that Chris Varley asked for, and I thought was a good idea. So I did, where you can go back through and mention, and you can go back and look just to see what they were. I wouldn't go back this far, and I may actually upload a version that doesn't, because, you know, who cares about stuff in July. But yeah, a handful of days, you know, call it, you know, like LI, for example, isn't showing up on the strength alerts today, but it was there yesterday, and it does look strong if, you know, but it looks like, so then again, you run your analysis, right? You say, okay, this is strong. It's part of the strength alerts algo. I would say, you know, it can't close above 35. It just can't seem to do it. So for this, you know, I'll just put in a price alert and say, hey, if we get above 35 and we close there today, then that's what I'll be interested in. So kind of the way I look at it, right? So with TI strength, Andy mentioned dropping a set amount into each stock, recommend it weekly, rolling profits over. The results are insane. Well, yeah, again, always with discretion. Like I don't roll over them weekly just because a week has gone by, right? You always want to take your trading eye and combine that. If the thing's still going for you, then don't roll it over. You know, keep the profits. But yeah, I'm actually setting up an account. I'm just debating whether or not I want to do it with a retirement account or whether or not. And on my YouTube channel, I'm going to do a series where I'm going to basically make an account that I can only trade the TI strength alerts and then just show the results from that. I'm thinking of starting something small, like 10 grand, or maybe I'll go from there. But no, it's like any algorithm has to be combined with the human eye, right? It just has to. And the example I always give is EFX, which was just an awesome, slow, but awesome trade in which EFX was recommended in the TI strength alerts right here. And then 5 days later, it would have been right there. So it would have been a profit, but a small profit. But then this thing just spent the next 3 or 4 months rocketing up. So why would anyone just kill something that's paying them every day, right? Our job as traders are to figure out a way to stay in the winners as long as humanly possible. And then when they're no longer winners, then kill them, right? So, you know, that's how I look at them anyways. If I'm in something that's just going, I'm going to just continue to stick with that as long as it continues to go. And then the things that aren't going, I'm going to kill them quickly. So that's why I like using a moving average, because it kind of helps you with that type of math where you could say, hey, all right, so here's a 20 period moving average. Let me stick with it, and away you go. But all right, that is my time. Let me ping. And as always, we try to do these crossovers smoothly, but if for whatever reason someone gets kicked out, or, you know, it starts you know, giving you that wheel of death type of thing, then just make sure you refresh and hit the live button, and you should be back. We just have to coordinate where Barry turns back on the stream and then I turn off the stream, just to make sure that it's as seamless for you guys as possible. All right, guys, he is back as always. Chat with you soon. There'll be someone here different every day. So if you didn't like hearing from me, don't worry, there'll be someone else tomorrow. And if you did, I'll be back next Tuesday. Talk to you soon.
I got LGVN still thumbnailed, just in case it does something crazy. I'd be probably more interested in the I'd probably be a little more interested in the ISPC if it does something like this. You know, takes out you know, that 20 level. I mean, I know you're giving up a lot right now, but you know, if it gets close to 20, this could resurrect some enthusiasm in it, as long as it's coming on volume, just because of the float, 3.2 million, just because of the float. So just set a price alert for ISPC, around the 20 level, and see if it can explode through there, get the enthusiasm. I mean, it may not. Look, I mean, it's dropping, so it may not. But, if it does, no, Holly did not catch ADGI. No. No filters. None of the strategies that made the cut today obviously did not. ADGI did not fit the bill. Okay, MCR. Oh, sorry, MCRB. That was later. Is this a SPAC still? No, I keep thinking this is a SPAC. MCRB. So this hit my scanner. 1017. Wow, this has got the room, guys. Woof. Look at this one, guy. I mean, if this were a slightly better market, I mean, look at the MCRB. Hit my option scanner at 1017. It hasn't moved yet. It happened at 12:59. You can see right there, okay? You can see right there. Hasn't moved yet, but man, look at the room it's got. You just wish, the market, if the market, I mean, it's up. So it is, it's an alpha stock, definitely. It's not carrying that much what the overall market is doing, but wow. So, got to put an alert on it. Got to put a price alert, say around, well, right here were the highs, around 1023, and see if it just continues from there. And but watch it tomorrow. I mean, my goodness. I mean, look at the void here. Look left. I mean, look at all the room it's got. My option scanner. Right there. Moving higher with unusually strong options volume. Right there. Meanwhile, down goes IMGN. Man, what do we have here? Wow, I mean 467. So this is a nice little breakdown here. IMGN. It did have news this morning, I believe. Yeah, it's positive data. That's all I got written down as a. But I have no idea if it's phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Oil getting worse? That's good for me, guys. Good for me. I want a low Canadian dollar compared to the US dollar. Well done, Zach, as usual. AERC took the little guy. You can't even see it. It's so exponential on the 5, and I'd have to break this out. There's the move. That sounds unpatriotic. Just for a while. Let me convert all my US to Canadian. Then it can go back up. So Pete, I don't know if Michael is still in the room. They fluctuate. There are many that think we should have about a 75-cent dollar. Helps our exports. Hi, thanks for letting me know you guys can hear me now. Okay, the Imagine Dragons, guys. I am short this one. Let's see if it moves down a little bit. And definitely keep an eye on this MCRB. I mean, I'd like to see the market help a little bit, but oh, MCRB? Well, I don't see it hitting any resistance level. I mean, unless I'm looking at the wrong, I don't see it hitting any resistance level. All I'm doing is I'm looking left, and there's just a ton of room that it can keep moving. I mean, it got hammered down. So I'm not sure what you mean. I don't see where there is a resistance level. I'm just checking to make sure the 200-day moving average isn't around. I have to rearrange this. No, so well, I mean, on the 5, I mean, no, I don't look at it like that. I look at, first of all, I'm not taking this trade right now, right? I'm waiting for a 10.28.3 break, 10.26 break in that area, number one. The alert came in at 10.17. I'm just watching it now. But it, you get some volume and it pops through there. Well, I'll probably take that trade. I mean, you guys do what you want to do on it. Wow, nice one. Nice one on the AERC. Very nice. Now I can actually see the break. When I say that, because it was so exponential, you could hardly even see the move. Like to see the market help just a little bit though. But maybe not, maybe it won't matter. Come on, baby. What time is it? 1:14. So today is Tuesday. So there's a marketing meeting at 2. Yeah, if we do it, Chris will probably do it though. Okay, he's at Trade Idea, so he'll probably do it. So I don't know yet, Grumpy. Well, you know what hasn't bounced yet at all is that ADGI. Oh, I'm just. I'll talk to you about it later, okay? Chris. All right, guys. So that ISPC not doing what I was kind of hoping it would do. Boy, the ADGI continues to drift down. I'm getting close to getting stopped out of my IMGN. I was looking for a big catastrophic drop, so I may be getting close to getting stopped out of my IMGN short. I'm going to give it just another little bit here. And wow, look at the bounce now. You know, this was actually the trade I was talking about in my video, but look at the bounce now for STRO. Bouncing right off the bottom here at 15, could not take out 15. Classic, guys. I mean, I talk about this whole number breaks. I know probably I bore you guys to death, but man, oh man, and some of them are more important than others. 5, 10, 15, 20. And look, I mean, look, it just could not take out 15. Held there for a long time, and look at the nice bounce. So, I mean, there's an example of using the AI like a watch list. You short it on the way down. You know, you take your profit whenever you want, and then you keep watching it, and it makes a move like this. I mean, you've got an opportunity to, you know, I don't look at it like you're going against the AI. You're just using the AI as another tool to identify stocks that are could be interesting. It's taking its time though, but just have to keep watching it. Make sure it doesn't take a big drop or something for the MCRB. Oh, there is the AD. I was waiting for, well, I'm too late now. I was waiting to see if this ADGI had any bounce in it at all. So, guys, keep an eye on the VIR now, okay? Another one. Didn't get quite as beat up as the ADGI, of course. I mean, it's still up 15%, but basing. SHPW. Let's take a look at SHPW. Yeah, nice move here. 15-minute chart out of consolidation with volume. Well, if VIR takes out 47, guys, this could have a nice move. Nah, the I've taken myself out of the MCRB. I don't like it right now. I could always get back in. I don't like it right now. Basically flat on the MCRB. I have to put an alert here at 47. I have to. 47.14 for the VIR. See if it takes out 47. And if it does, it might have a run, but I want to see volume. Always want to see volume. Well, let's see what happens here on this halt. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, hard to know really. It says 601, 624. That'll tighten up, I believe, in terms of where it may open. All right, so for the MCRB, what I'm going to do is I'm going to reset my alerts. I'm going to put it around 10:30. See if it takes it out later on in the day, but I want to know about it tomorrow if it does it. Okay, that's more importantly for me, important for me. See if it takes it out tomorrow. Printable NFTs. Why not? That's why I put this down here. Okay. MCRB. Well, that's a heck of a bounce for that ADGI. Anybody who was fortunate to get around that 41, it's about a $4 bounce for ADGI. Nice bounce for BZUN. Well, I'm still going to kind of hold out for that VIR. I mean, it's just hanging tough just underneath that 47. I mean, it's just hanging tough right there. You got up to 52, 53, so... And again, the only reason I'm really watching it just because of this insane price target by Wainwright, 130, changed it to 200. So... And we ship W just opened, ship W just opened, and didn't really, yeah, so it was halted at 601, so it's just, okay guys, actually this is interesting if it takes out 601. Only problem is, look left, what do we see? We see any new highs over here? 689? 639. So there's a high of 639 that has to be contended with on the daily chart. Okay, OP halted again. I can't see how that was so volatile. Really? Oh, I guess so. 551, 623. Have to shrink this up a bit. All right, guys. Well, the MCRB maybe second time will be the charm. We'll just have to see. Taking out 10, if it takes out 1030, it may start to run. What's the market doing? I mean, it really shouldn't have any effect on MCRB, but I'd like to see the market at least not move down. You know, I was wondering about Olma. There is a little bit of life in Olma. A little bit, right off that 9 level. Little bit of life. I look left, I see 930. That may stall it. If not that, 940 to 950. So, I mean, it's got a little bit of room. It's very cool. Are you doing it with real money or in a simulator, Pete? Simulator, okay. So the only thing to do, make sure so that you get a real world experience out of it, that you do have shorts available at your broker. Just to make so that it is a real world experience, okay? I mean, you don't have to, but because when if you're going to start to do it with your real account, then you'll have to, you'll have to check to see whether or not you have shorts available. There you go. Okay, perfect. Actually, BZUN, I didn't realize it, but it's an earnings play. Very few earnings plays right now. Yeah, there we go. November 3rd, pre-market. So very few earnings plays right now. You know, I mean, it's a little late now, but the PPSI has come off that 8, close to 8, 825. PPSI back up to 884 now. A little too late now, I guess, but another one that, if you can time these bounces, and the market creeping up, just creeping up a little bit. All right, OP, you just got a resumption in trading. Ah. VIR is just still sticking just underneath that 47. I mean, look at this base, guys. I mean, hopefully, if you can see this, I mean, look at what it's doing on the 5-minute, on the 15-minute, even on the 2-minute. I mean, it's a little choppy, not terribly though, but you can just kind of see that if we get any sort of volume that pushes it through 47, it could go on a bit of a run. What's the spread like on that VIR? I mean, it's a good spread too. Only 8 cents on a $47 stock. So, but again, I'm not anticipating the break. That's why I'm not taking it now. I'm not anticipating that that's going to happen. I'm just going to. It's either going to. I'm going to let it happen if it happens, but it's got to be on volume. That's what I'm saying. We need volume. That's what I'm saying. We need volume. That's what I'm saying. No, I'm not taking it now. No, if you're listening to me, I mean, I'm saying if you get volume to burst it through. Otherwise, there's no point. TGTX, another one that was beaten up earlier today. Is that bouncing also? A little bit, yeah. Yeah, 1350, 14, I guess. So hard to see these, you know, when you get these massive drops, it looks like it's just all consolidation, hardly any movement, but you have to really zoom out or zoom in. Boy, this MCRB is just somewhat aggravating. Only the void, Barry. That's the only reason. Actually, what was the option volume here? Yeah, I mean, it's not, I mean, it's 3 times normal, 3.6 times normal. It's not like a ton of option activity. It meets all my filter requirements, but probably be better if it were a lot more. But we shall see. I am not muted, no. Well, just no new alerts coming in at all. Ooh, boy, look at that. I'm not pumping this, guys. I hope you understand. I'm just, you know, this is just a I'm not in this. But I mean, there it is. There's that 47. And need volume, though. Need something that stands out on the, at least on the 5 minute. See what happened? I mean, look what happened. You know, probably some people got eager. It got up to 47, but look at the volume. I mean, there's just no big volume thrust yet. Now, when you say dang, does that mean you are out of it? Because I know you talked about 23. Oh, okay. Well, you know, with something like this, you just never know, of course. So, well, there was definitely a lot of brave souls who took this one off that 15. I mean, it got down to, well, even lower. I don't know. What was the low? 15, 1431. Looks like that was the low, maybe. It's going to halt up. Wouldn't that be funny? It might. Grumpy, you're not asking a serious question, so okay. I'm just, sorry, I'm just ignoring. There it goes. All right, guys. Well, if you I don't know if you got back in it, Zach. Fun little scalp. Still not shortable for me though. AERC still not shortable for me. I know at one point it was. I know yesterday it definitely was. But boy, this is, I mean, this has got a life now. All right, what's the market doing? Market is still kind of drift a little bit higher, a little bit higher. Whew, okay, guys, I'm not getting too many new alerts. Just keep waiting to see if that MCRB just wants to pop, get into the 30s, 1030s. Maybe it'll run from there. All right, guys. Again, I'm not getting too many new alerts. I'm just following the AERC. Scalped once. I want to see if I'm going to do it again. Gotta break this out a little bit more here. And what do we see? Yeah, so we've got room to 23 if it wants to keep moving. 2260 is the next. Okay, it looks like it's not going to do that. Look, see how the volume is tapering off now. AERC tapering off on the 15-minute. Look at the volume there. That's what caused it to move higher. Now this is, what time is it? 1:48. So it's still 12 minutes for this this bar to close. But if the volume doesn't keep picking up, oh, I got excited. I thought MCRB was at 1044. It was ARC was at 2044, and it's right above in my ledger. Yeah, that looks like it's done. Done for a while anyway. Sint, S-I-N-T. $1 stock, okay? Yep, it is a $1 stock. Lots of resistance right around 120. Now, you took it here and it got up to 120. That's a nice 20% gain. I do get it. ARC, so guys, AERC just got halted on the way down. So, yes! No, don't mess around now. Who is your broker, Pete? You shorted it in the simulator. Well, we know Zach and others have. If you have Centerpoint or Cobra, I don't know if I know Interactive Brokers doesn't have any. They had them yesterday. You pay though, you do pay. I mean, you listen to Zach talk about how much it costs to short. Now, if you get into a decent position and it moves $10, it doesn't matter. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, look, does it have as many as Centerpoint or Cobra? No. Okay, but I'm happy enough. 5 years I've had it. I'm happy enough. And reliable, 100%. 100% reliable. Never been booted out. Never have had the platform freeze on me. In terms of reliability, I could, I'm not trying to be a shill for IB, but I would say that they're incredibly reliable. All right, guys. So it's getting closer to 2. As I say, I'll be in this marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. Well, sometimes E-Trade has shorts that IB doesn't, but I think historically, IB has always had a reputation for having shorts. Historically, do they have every short? Of course not. Okay, guys, so before I do go into this marketing meeting, now, again, I'm really sure this is going to be over tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, but there's still a chance to get 25% off, okay, of a Trade Idea subscription. Just click on my link and click on the Get Trade Ideas and you'll see the 4 plans. Not the floor plans, but the 4 plans. Yeah, I don't, listen, the IB charting is really antiquated. I don't use it. I have one chart up just for one specific reason for me. Okay, then that's it. But yeah, the IB charting could probably stand for a little of an upgrade. Interactive brokers, it's just time and sales. So when AERC was halted, I would have seen 1959. That was the halt price. And then I would have seen the potential, well, this is good, guys. Good. If you see how it's flipping around. But this is just time and sales in interactive brokers. Okay, but that's where you see where it's halted, and then that's where you see where it is potentially stacking up. When it opens, okay? Oh, absolutely, Robin. What time is it? Yeah, absolutely. First of all, we do have an after hours channel, okay? But we have a pre-market channel and we have an after hours channel. So if you go to our toolbar and click on Dock Channel Bar and scroll to the bottom, this is the after hours. There'll be nothing there yet because it only starts at 4. And then the pre-market, somewhere up here. Here we are, pre-market channel. Okay, so now it's still running, but if you we start our data at 7 in the morning. So if you turn this on at 7 in the morning, you'll start to see this data. But this is what I use. If you're welcome to use our pre-market channel, but this is what I use. So if you click on my homepage tab, see right there, and you click on my link. You'll be brought to this page here. And then here are my scans. And if you click here, this is what I use on the pre-market. The gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up, and pre-market actives down. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market. It's just more customized, okay? You can use our pre-market channel, but it's not, I've just customized it the way I like to see things. So the answer is yes. All right, guys, I'll just get my announcement in. I'll be here taking our in that marketing meeting for a bit. Wow, wow, that surprised me, guys. AERC came right back up. I'm not in it this time, but it came right back up. Boy, I mean, if you have the stomach for this sort of thing, I mean, look what could happen. I'm not saying it's going to get even close to 100, of course, but that's all traders are looking at right now. What if it starts to fill in, $2 or $3 more dollars? It's all traders are looking at. That's what I was looking at. I know Zach was looking at it way down here. And again, guys, boy, this is just hammering the point home for me before I go to this meeting. Look at the VIR. Okay? Now, granted, there was some volume. I will say that. There was some volume that came through and it popped it through a 47 a little bit. So I was waiting on this, but then the volume just tapered right off, did not continue, and just didn't push it through enough. I have to admit there's a little bit of a glimmer, but I think we need volume like at least like this, okay, for it to really start to move. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back. And look at that AERC. Any of you guys try to trade that one? I was doing a little bit while I was in the meeting. I mean, look at the potential. Oh, brother. Where is this going? Yeah, I wouldn't it wouldn't surprise me. I don't know if I'd be hanging around till then. I'd probably be getting out, but man oh man, I mean this has been awesome. I mean, it's not for everybody, but you got to be able to kind of time it. But look at the 5 minute chart. So while I was in this meeting, I was looking at this 5 minute chart, and I thought, okay, and there's a little bounce, and guess what? On volume, 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 volume. I said, okay, look at the volume increasing, guys. The volume increasing. So that's the key for me. Look at the volume bar right there, okay, on this 15 minute chart. It's only 234. So this still has 11 minutes to close that volume bar right there. It's going to be probably, it could easily be up here. So the volume is increasing. I mean, all traders are looking at is, oh my gosh, could it do? It's not going to go to 100. I think we know that, but can it start to really fill in this area here? $2, $3, $4, $5 more, and that's I mean, look what it's done from the bottom, almost I think it was a 14 or something. So it's basically doubled from the bottom. And you know me, I am not a big bounce player, but you just have to kind of watch the volume. And the MCRB, a little bit of patience, but it's been okay. I was hoping it would take out that 50 mark by now. It got close. Right? Look at that, 1049. It got close. And the ADGI, guys, I'm not in this one, but look at this. Look what it's doing, ADGI. So we had the pop, a little drop, now the pop again. And, I mean, it's got room to the 50 mark. Not a lot of room. I think 50 is probably going to could easily stall it. The VIR has been all over the place. The VIR has literally been all over the place. Look at the big topping tail, big bottoming tail. So, bit of a disappointment. I thought it might be able to take out 47 and do a bit of a run, but see what happens with it tomorrow. All right, let's do a little race, guys. Do a little race here, trying to see a way in which we can use this race car setup that we've got going. So what I'm doing is I'm racing on relative volume. So one of the things that I've always wanted is a relative volume increase, okay? Not just the number, but how much is the relative volume increasing, as an example. Or the option volume increasing. That's what I'm interested in. Now, here we go. So I'm not 100% sure I know what these numbers stand for, but right now, so if I click on MEIP, what am I going to see? I'm still trying to figure out a way to use this. I mean, it's a nice little visual, but visuals are great, but we have to figure out a way to use it. And it's sorting on a relative volume. So I could be sorting on the change from the close, the change from the open. So you see how that pulled back. MEIP, so the relative volume is increasing. Yay, there we go. Hey, let's put a little price alert here. Starting to warm up to this Windows 11, guys. I'm kind of liking the look of it. Okay, so what's this one doing? As an example, ERYP. Not really much. I don't know. Who's Bernie? I'm kidding, of course, but is my mic off? I know you don't mean it's off. Is it not sounding good? Is that what you mean? I haven't done anything other than go to Windows 11 today, but other than that, everything should be the same. Okay, thank you, Pepe. So basically the same. Oh, I don't know yet. It's too early. Um, I actually don't mind the way the icons are presented down here. Somebody said I can move them to one side or the other. Um, I couldn't see how to do that. I went to the taskbar settings. I like the way you can turn them on and off here. I don't know, maybe that might have been available before. Maybe I just didn't realize it. But I don't see how you can actually move it to one side or the other. Must be on your end then, Bats. Because otherwise I'd have a lot of people telling me the same thing. Maybe do a reboot. Come into the room again or something. A refresh. So taskbar settings. That's okay. I'll figure it out. Or are you saying it's literally under settings? I've got this here. Anyway, I'll play around with it. I'll play around with it. I mean, there's not a huge difference. I don't think there's a massive difference between 10 and 11. I honestly don't know what the big differences are. But look at that PPSI. Man, oh man, I mentioned this one when it was at $9, guys. I mentioned this one. This could be a interesting bounce right around here. And boy, did it ever. Okay, thank you. I'll take a look at that. Thank you. Michael, thank you. I actually don't mind it in the middle. I don't know why. What I do want to do, and I'm sure this is just a matter of assigning this monitor and calling it my main monitor, because I do like having the time and all that down here. It's on another monitor now. It's not a huge deal, but well, I don't really see like a massive difference. I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to be seeing. Wow, look at that AERC, guys. Oh, brother. What time is it now? 2:42. I'll be watching this one, boy. Going into the close and all. You mean like here on in the taskbar? The only thing I don't like is because when I hover over the taskbar, for instance, when before, if I hovered over TI, all of my windows, all my little TI windows, scans, etc., would pop up. Now I've got to click. I have to click on it or something. But you know, I mean, that's not a big deal. But on yours, really? How's that possible? But you're not Windows 11 yet, Michael. Well, you are. Really? Wonder why mine isn't. You know why? Let's see. No, nothing pops up. I might have too many windows. No, that's what I was seeing before. Anyway, I'll figure it out. I don't want to dominate this. I thought you said you were thinking about it. TOMZ, guys. TOMZ halted. Look at this little move for TOMZ. And let's see, any particular reason? I don't see any news on it. What's the float? 14 million in the float. Atmo. Okay, Atmo just got halted also. Atmo, wow. All right, guys. I mean, there's actually some news. Where's this going to open? 429, 429. So here's the news on it. Atmo collaborates with Amazon Web Services to leverage AWS IoT fleet-wise. I'm not going to go into it, but the minute you put AWS into a headline, okay, it's going to regardless of whether we think it means anything or not, it's a headline, and that's could capture a lot of interest for a while. Anyway, I'm just looking here on the daily chart. I mean, if it gets to 432, I mean, at one point it got up to 6. That's about 3 weeks ago. That's at the beginning of the month. And this is so this is what we're looking at right now. So it's halted at 409. Again, this is Interactive Brokers. Halted at 409. Projected open 429. Okay, this can change. A 5-minute halt. This can change over the next. Can change in a second. But right now, it's looking like. Oops. Looking like this could be an interesting open. Ah, okay, just do it. It's interesting though. You're saying when you hover over, all the windows open. Mine certainly do not. Maybe that's an option or something. For Chrome it does. For my browser it did. Anyway, I'll figure it out. All right, guys. Well, I'm getting set to wrap this up. Turned into a pretty exciting day, actually. And there's the TOMZ. TOMZ is just opened. I mean, this Otmo, I mean, with that, just having AWS in a headline, you know it's going to attract attention. Again, whether they can make money doing any of this doesn't really matter. It's just a matter of right now what's going to happen. Oh man, look at this, 440 now. Remember, what was it, 420 or 419 when I last showed it? 440 now. This could be a big open. I don't know what you mean by that, JJ. I mean, when I'm hovering over some of them, but not TI. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. Now it's doing it. Before it wasn't. Okay. Maybe I have to. Okay. Now it's doing it. Now I love it. I love Windows 11. Oh, I see. You mean the Windows on my keyboard, like right here too. But it's doing it now, so it's okay. Perfect. Okay. I didn't do anything. Guys, this Otmo. I mean, this Otmo, 450 right now. If it's a 5-minute halt, 250.22. This will open in about. Let me wait for 10 seconds. If it's a 5-minute halt, this will open in 10 seconds. And here is the. I'll leave this up here and let's just see what happens. So 1, 2. Okay, did not open, so it's going to be longer halt then. So this could be a 10-minute halt. All right, guys, I am going to put in the promo code one more time, okay? I was pretty sure it was going to be over last night, but evidently, oops, did that open? No, PTPI halted. Just hearing my my alerts going off. Okay, so there's the promo code. So take advantage of it if you want to get 25% off. Whoops, AERC just halted on the way down. Okay, just go to my home page and you can click on the alert, my home page right there. And there it is, Black 25. And get trade ideas. And if you're unsure about it, you can just start off with a monthly plan. 118, 228. Just quickly show you the difference. This is the AI in action. Had some really, PPSI and STRO were really, really good in terms of shorts. That's the big difference between premium and standard. There are some other differences, but this is the main reason why people want to take our premium service. So again, 118, 228, less than 25% for the first month only. But if you decide you want to upgrade to an annual subscription and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor that 25%. Okay? So it'd be this works out to about $4 a day. This is about $2 a day with the discount. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon. All sorts of education is here. Big comprehensive user guide now, the introductory lessons, daily support in YouTube between 12 and 1. Daily webinars. Today there's a webinar where this week it's Tuesday, Thursday. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday. But you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. Okay, nothing. This is Michael Noss put this together. Trade ideas starts off very basic. What is a stock? Okay, so if you're new to trading or need a refresher, There are these, I don't know if they're 36. Somebody was telling me they're only 24. But whatever it is, whatever that number is, it's a great little series if you're new to trading or need a refresher. And then last, my scans. Here are my scans. This is a sample layout and individual scans that I'm sharing. A lot of information on my homepage. Save the link. Okay, save my homepage link. Then you can take a look at all this whenever you want. By the way, anybody who's signed up using my link, I do appreciate it. I do happen to get a little compensation when that happens, so it is appreciated. Yeah, you can upgrade from standard to premium. Yes, Jude. So if you want to do that, go to our homepage. I'll give you the link. Okay, so go to the homepage. There's the link, and there'll be a little. I'll show you what happens. There'll be a little balloon or something will come up saying start a discussion. Just give them your email, okay, that you use to sign up. They'll check your account and they'll do the upgrade for you, okay? And this is what I mean, okay? See, questions and answers, so just click on that, tell them what you want to do, but just give them your email so they can take a look at your account so they can do it for you, okay? Okay, Utmo, on the move here, guys. So just opened. It popped up to 470, came right back down. I mean, this may not sustain, but I'd be watching maybe a break. So it, well, it's so we're getting lots of halts and resumes. The PTPI resumed. The AERC resumed, but on the way down. Can I get any video link for your pick? What does that mean, Jazz? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. When you say my pick, what exactly do you mean? Are you talking about the video that I do at noon every day? Sort of what I call the stock of the day. Is that what you mean? Can you hear me? Let me make sure you can hear me. Well, evidently, AWS in the press release didn't really give it that much excitement. I mean, it's still up 12%. Israeli stock. No, I know you can hear me, but I'm talking Jazz. Oh, okay. My earplug broke down, so to try this. So hard to answer in text. MCRB continues, guys. I'm going to have to make a decision here. Am I going to hold this thing? I'm going to have to see how it closes. Little patience on this one. I got stopped out the first time. Well, I took myself out of the trade, and then when it did not this, it was right around here, I guess. And then when it got back up into the 20s, I thought, okay, let's do it again. And why? Look at the void. Look at the amount of room this has to potentially run. Yeah, AERC is still kind of alive. Yeah, so Jazz, I don't know how I can, well, he can't hear me, so. Oh, okay, you can hear me now. Yeah, so what happens is, I'll talk about something. I'll talk, like the MCRB, okay, earlier. There's no video that I do on the trades I take. But the MCRB, we saw it here in my option scanner, 1017, okay, at 12:59. So when I click on that alert, what got me super excited about it was when I saw the void. In other words, no resistance on the monthly and the weekly chart until you hit $21. Now I'm not saying it's going to get there. So that got me very, very interested, and that's what I'll tell. I'm never going to tell people, well, you take this trade like I'm doing. And I got into it around 10:25, and I took a little loss as it moved back down, and I got a little disgruntled with it. And then when it came back up into the 20s, I said, it looks interesting again. I'm not, I have to be careful. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm never going to tell anybody to take a trade, but I'm just going to point out what I'm looking at. If you take the trade, if it makes sense to you, follows your trading plan, then you can do it. But I don't have a video on this. But if you're in the room and you can hear me, you'll hear me talk about the trades that I'm definitely interested in. But I don't go so far as saying, and okay, everybody, take this trade. Yeah, well then, Cam, don't do it. It's a real simple. Don't do it. If you don't feel comfortable holding it, anything's possible. You're right, they could do an offering. But I say I'm not 100% sure I'm going to hold this overnight, but it depends how it closes. All I know is that this turned into a way better trade than I thought it would. Like, way better. You know what? I'm missing out on the VIR. Now, the VIR has been kind of whippy, but I have to see what I'm going to do on this one. I was waiting for a 47 break. I've got it now. Now, the volume is picking up on the 5. Just not really on the 15. I mean, it may keep going, but I don't have quite the same confidence unless that volume really picked up on the 5-minute chart. But this will be interesting tomorrow, I guarantee it. Or over the next little while with that $130 price target that was removed to a $200 price target by Wainwright. Now, you may think not very much of Wainwright, but hey, it's a headline and that's what people see. So shoot, I'm not in it. It seemed like I waited forever for a 47 break and now I'm not in it. All right, guys, I think I'm going to shut the room down now. So if you have any last questions, ask them now. All right, I don't see any questions. Just a minute, please. Oh man, this is killing me. All right, guys, I'll shut the room down now. So thanks a lot for all the help. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Don't forget, before I leave, if you want to head over to our YouTube channel at 3:30, Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30. Okay. Montevideo. How's that? And that's without looking it up. All right, guys, I'm out of here. So I'm going to shut the room down now. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.